Chapter 1619. Stop him while I escape. Li Tianjie was stunned when he heard Yang Yi, and then a ferocious expression appeared on his face. The Yang clan? Yang Yin? Do I look like I'm scared of him? I'll kill you today, and see if Yang Yin can annihilate my Li clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. An imperceptible arc appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he saw Li Tianjie charge at him. He was wearing a black robe and had the sword domain around him, so Li Tianjie couldn't see his true appearance at all. Thus, he didn't have to worry about being exposed. If Li Tianjie really want to look for trouble with Yang Yin, then it would be exactly what he wanted. Conversely, if Li Tianjie doubted his identity and didn't look for trouble with Yang Yin, then it didn't matter because he wouldn't lose anything. Meanwhile, a spear had arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both Yang Yi and Li Tianjie were pushed backwards. Li Tianjie had moved around 150 m back before he stopped himself. As for Yang Yi, had been pushed over 300 m back. Moreover, his which had just healed had been cracked open again, and scarlet red blood instantly covered his fist. Even though Yang Yi's physical defenses were formidable, if he relied solely on his body, then not to mention surmounting his realm of cultivation to fight Li Tianjie, he couldn't even defeat ordinary rebirth realm experts. Even though he could use the blood puppets in the primordial pagoda, if he did that, then pretending to be someone from Yang Yan's side would be pointless. So, Yang Yi intended to flee. However, Li Tianjie didn't give him the chance and appeared in front of him again. After that, he grabbed his spear with both hands and swung it at Yang Yi. Hiss! Space was instantly torn open as the spear passed through it. Moreover, the powerful energy it carried caused the space in a huge area to crack apart. Yang Yi's face fell when he sensed this. He was about to activate the demon god energy when Lu Ligay suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then he drew his saber and swung it. Bang! The spear and saber had just collided when the space in a huge area around them collapsed. The surroundings turned pitch black. Explosions resounded incessantly within the black hole, and it caused the black hole to expand incessantly towards the surroundings. Around 15 minutes later, the area suddenly fell silent. A short while passed, and then space returned to normal. Lu Ligay. Li Tianjie stared at Lu Ligay. They'll give you one last chance. Fuck off right now. Or what? You'll bite me? Lu Ligay laughed coldly. Li Tianjie, stop trying to threaten me. Not to mention you. Even your older brother can dream of being able to kill me. As for you, that's impossible. Li Tianjie's face had a ferocious expression on it. He was about to attack when a terrifying aura suddenly came from afar. It was extremely swift and instantly enveloped Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi felt suffocated by the aura, and it felt like his entire body was being crushed. It was extremely painful. Yang Yi wasn't the only one in such a state. Li Tianjie and Lu Ligay felt the same too. All three of them were shocked. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay swiftly swung his saber, and a ray of light flashed. Boom! The aura instantly had a hole slashed open on it. As soon as the gap was created, Lu Ligay intended to flee. However, Yang Yi was even faster than him and instantly transformed into a black thread that vanished into the distance. Lu Ligay was stunned, so fast. As he spoke, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. At the same moment that he vanished, Li Tianjie had vanished as well. Flee. Flee as quickly as possible. That aura wasn't the only reason that their first reaction was to flee. Even though that aura was strong, it wasn't sufficient to make them lose their composure. They'd fled because they'd sensed 3 more auras, and those auras belonged to Zenith Realm experts. For Zenith Realm experts, they had to flee. Even though Yang Yi was fleeing, Lu Ligay and Li Tianjie gradually caught up to him. It couldn't be helped. Unless he used his sword, both his strength and speed were greatly reduced. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he turned around and swung his fist forward. As soon as he did that, a spear struck his fist. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Meanwhile, Li Tianjie's voice resounded. Hand it over, or I'll kill you even if Yang Yin comes. Don't! Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. He can dream of killing you while I'm here. Yang Yi patted Lu Ligay on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. Stop him while I escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flickered and vanished into the distance. Lu Ligay was stunned. What the? At this moment, curses were shooting through his heart. Suddenly, Li Tianjiu transformed into a ray of light in pursuit of Yang Yi. Lu Ligay's face turned cold at the sight of this, and he immediately stomped his right foot down and shot off in pursuit of Li Tianjiu. Because of the delay just now, the 4 Zenith Realm experts behind Yang Yi and the others were growing closer and closer. They were just around 100 kilometers away. Such a distance took less than a breath of time to traverse for Zenith Realm experts. So, if the 3 of them stopped again, their pursuers would catch up in an instant. Yang Yi's face grew more and more gloomy when he sensed that the pursuers behind them were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. After that, he stopped moving. Once he stopped moving, Li Tianjiu immediately stopped as well, and surprise filled Li Tianjiu's eyes. Obviously, he didn't understand why Yang Yi had stopped. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Li Tianjiu, and then he shouted with fury, "Hand over the earth spirit, or we won't stop until we kill you." Li Tianjiu was stunned. Even Lu Ligay was stunned. Meanwhile, 4 old men appeared not too far away from Yang Yi's group. As soon as they appeared here, their gazes instantly descended onto Li Tianjiu, and their gazes were filled with hostility. Moreover, their auras had locked onto him. Li Tianjiu's face instantly became extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shot a glance at Lu Ligay. The latter blinked, and it didn't take long for him to understand Yang Yi's intentions. He immediately drew his saber and shouted furiously at Li Tianjiu, who was about to speak, "Hand over the earth spirit, or we'll fight you to the death." What nonsense! Li Tianjiu cursed. Lu Ligay, how shameless are you? Lu Ligay was quite embarrassed. Obviously, had never done this in the past. He was about to speak when Yang Yi hurriedly spoke. Li Tianjiu, if you're a man, then admit to what you've done. You spent over a year trying to steal their earth spirit. What? You dare not admit it when they've come for you? Is your Li clan so full of cowards? That's bullshit. Li Tianjiu was furious. You bastard from the Yang clan. It's in your possession. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke with fury. Li Tianjiu, do you dare to swear on your soul that you didn't steal their earth spirit? Do you dare? Li Tianjiu stared at Yang Yi while the intent to kill in his eyes seemed almost material. However, Yang Yi wasn't afraid at all because Lu Ligay was in front of him. So, Li Tianjiu would have to deal with Lu Ligay in order to get to him. Li Tianjiu. Suddenly, one of the old men who wore a violet robe stepped forward. While my Wang clan isn't on friendly terms with your Li clan, there's no enmity between our clans. Yet you went to great lengths to steal the earth spirit that my Wang clan fostered. That's not right. I don't want to speak further. Just hand it over, and he'll let you leave. Li Tianjiu glanced coldly at the old man. I don't have the earth spirit. The old man frowned. If you don't have it, then who does? Li Tianjiu pointed at Yang Yi. He does. If you want it, then kill him to get it. How dare you slander me? Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed at Li Tianjiu and roared angrily. Li Tianjiu, you stole the earth spirit, yet you slander me now. You're shameless. They'll kill you. Yang Yi charged at Li Tianjiu while he spoke. Lu Ligay was stunned by this scene. So people can be that shameless. As for Li Tianjiu, he was livid. At this moment, he was cursing inwardly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Li Tianjiu. At the same time, he slammed his fist towards Li Tianjiu's head. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Li Tianjiu's eyes. His profound energy surged violently, and then he swung his spear at Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 1 kilometer away. Li Tianjiu was about to attack again, but the violet-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Li Tianjiu. Li Tianjiu, we'll give you one last chance. Hand it over, or I'll kill you. You. Fuck you. Li Tianjiu roared. I don't have the earth spirit. How am I supposed to give it back to you? The old man's face fell while the intent to kill flashed through his eyes. Since you refuse to be sensible, then don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right palm down in Li Tianjia's direction. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped down towards Li Tianjia. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke. Senior, that fellow called for help earlier. If I'm not wrong, the experts of the Li clan are rushing here. So, I'm sure you get what I mean. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand. The other three experts who stood behind him immediately charged at Li Tianjia. At this moment, Li Tianjia was on the verge of going mad with rage. Chapter 1620. Are Zenith Realm experts very strong? Lu Ligay blinked, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. There was undisguised admiration in his eyes. What was it like to cry thief when you were the thief? What was it like to blame someone else? This was it. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay, and then he winked at him. Lu Ligay immediately understood what he meant, and then he started to move backwards slowly with Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Li Tianjia was surrounded by the violet-robed old man's group. Li Tianjia paid no attention to Yang Yi and Lu Ligay because he was surrounded by 4 Zenith Realm experts right now. Even though his strength wasn't bad, it was impossible for him to fight 4 Zenith Realm experts on his own. A moment of silence ensued, and then a wave of terrifying spear intent suddenly erupted from within Li Tianjia. After that, he grabbed his spear with both hands and swung it forward. A brilliant ray of light flashed. Bang! The Zenith Realm expert in front of Li Tianjia was blasted over 300 m away. As for Li Tianjia, his figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that vanished towards the distance. Li Tianjia was no fool. How could he possibly fight 4 Zenith Realm experts on his own? Fleeing was the best plan. You think you can flee? The violet-robed old man grunted coldly, and then he chased after Li Tianjia. The other 3 Zenith Realm experts behind him hurriedly chased after Li Tianjia as well. Li Tianjia was fleeing in Yang Yi and Lu Ligay's direction. Both Yang Yi and Lu Ligay's expressions became quite unsightly when they noticed this. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he suddenly stopped and swung his fist forward. Li Tianjia was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi swing a punch at him, but his reaction was very swift. At the instant Yang Yi launched that punch at him, he immediately reacted and stabbed his spear forward. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted around 1 kilometer away again. However, Li Tianjia had been forced to a stop as well. Meanwhile, the 4 Zenith Realm experts had caught up. Yang Yi said, Seniors, I'm a subordinate of the Yang clan's young master Yang Yin. I'm willing to help you capture Li Tianjia. The Yang clan's Yang Yin? The violet-robed old man glanced at Yang Yi. You're from the Yang clan? Yang Yi nodded, yes. The old man nodded slightly. He was about to speak when Li Tianjia suddenly raised his palm and said, I, Li Tianjia, swear on my soul that the earth spirit isn't in my possession. If I'm lying, I'm willing to be obliterated by the heavens. Yang Yi and Lu Ligay's faces stiffened when they heard this. The violet-robed old man and the others exchanged glances when they heard Li Tianjia, and then they gazed at Yang Yi and Lu Ligay. At this moment, they believed Li Tianjia. If the earth spirit was in Li Tianjia's hands, then Li Tianjia would have definitely not dared to swear on his own soul. Not to mention Li Tianjia, even they wouldn't dare to rashly swear on their own souls. After all, if they lied while swearing on their souls, it would cause them to develop inner demons. As they say, one's worst enemy is oneself. Cultivators like them really agreed with that. So, they would definitely not allow themselves to become their enemy. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his right hand too. I swear on the soul of my Yang clan's young master Yang Yin that the earth spirit isn't in my possession. If I lied, my young master's soul will be obliterated by the heavens. Lu Ligay's mouth opened wide when he heard Yang Yi, and it was so wide one could stuff an egg in there. What the heck? You can do that? How shameless of you! Suddenly, Li Tianjia spoke angrily. Why don't you swear on your own soul? Why did you use your young master's soul? You're the shameless one. Yang Yi spoke angrily. Do you realize that my life belongs to my young master, and I've sworn to only be loyal to him in this lifetime? If he wants me alive, then he'll stay alive. If he wants me dead, then he'll die. Do you know how much it hurts me to use him when I swear? What the heck does this have to do with your young master? Li Tianjiu interrupted Yang Yi. If you have a clear conscience, then swear on your own soul. If you use your own soul to make the oath, then ill believe that the earth spirit isn't in your possession. Do you dare to do that? The violet-robed old man and the others gazed at Yang Yi. Even they felt that Yang Yi's oath wasn't very reliable. Actually, they would have attacked by now if they were facing anyone else. However, Yang Yi and the others weren't ordinary experts. Their identity wasn't ordinary, and they possessed the ability to surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. So, the four of them didn't want to shed all pretenses yet. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Tianjiu suddenly ridiculed, "You don't dare? Are you afraid?" Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his right hand and said, "I swear on my soul that the earth spirit isn't in my possession. I'm willing to be obliterated by the heavens if I lied." Actually, he wasn't lying because it really wasn't in his possession. It was in the primordial pagoda's possession. So, he really did have a clear conscience. As soon as they heard Yang Yi, both Li Tianjiu and Lu Ligay were stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually swear on his own soul, because both of them were very well aware that Yang Yi had it. However, Yang Yi had dared to swear on his own soul. Needless to say, they were quite stunned. Suddenly, the violet-robed old man and the others gazed at Lu Ligay. All four of them had quite hostile gazes, or it should be described as filled with hostility. Lu Ligay's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly raised his hands. I swear on my soul as well. The earth spirit isn't in my possession. If it is, it'll definitely be completely obliterated in the future." The expressions of the four old men became gloomy when they heard Lu Ligay. At this moment, they felt like they'd been played. A moment of silence ensued, and then the violet-robed old man spoke abruptly. "Why don't we do this? Allow us to check your spatial rings and seas of consciousness, all right?" Li Tianjiu and Lu Ligay's faces fell when they heard the violet-robed old man. Searching their spatial rings wasn't a big deal, but asking to search their sea of consciousness was excessive. Or it should be said that it was extremely excessive, because it represented that their secrets would be completely exposed. Who would be willing to allow that? In any case, Li Tianjiu and Lu Ligay weren't willing. As for Yang Yi, he didn't mind because his treasures were in the primordial pagoda. Even though they were Zenith Realm experts, it was impossible for them to enter the primordial pagoda unless the primordial pagoda allowed it. However, he still wouldn't choose to let them search his spatial ring and sea of consciousness, especially his sea of consciousness. If they were allowed to enter his sea of consciousness, then if they had even the slightest ill intent, he would be crippled even if he could avoid death. Along with Yang Yi and the others falling silent, the atmosphere here gradually became tense. Suddenly, the violet-robed old man said, "If you're unwilling, then I have another idea. Please come with us to our Wang clan. So long as you're willing to come with us, I guarantee that we won't act against you." Go to the Wang clan? Yang Yi laughed coldly in his heart. What a great plan. Once we go to the Wang clan with him, we'll be at the Wang clan's mercy. The old man fell silent once he finished speaking, but his aura was still locked onto Yang Yi and the others. It could be said that he would immediately attack if they made the slightest movement. Suddenly, Yang Yi glanced at Lu Ligay. The latter nodded slightly. After that, Lu Ligay drew his saber and swung it in front of himself. At the same moment, the Zenith Realm expert in front of Lu Ligay had immediately slapped his palm forward. Obviously, had expected the attack. Bang! Lu Ligay was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Moreover, 2 Zenith Realm experts obstructed his path from both in front and behind him. As for Yang Yi, had appeared 30 kilometers away. Li Tianjiu was over 50 kilometers away as well. However, there were 2 Zenith Realm experts behind him as well. No one chased after Yang Yi. Obviously, they felt that the earth spirit was either in Li Tianjiu or Lu Ligay's possession. Actually, it was normal because Yang Yi was the weakest amongst them. Moreover, he was just a subordinate of the Yang clan. So, the violet-robed old man and the others had disregarded him. However, Yang Yi suddenly came back, and he went to Lu Ligay's side. Lu Ligay was slightly stunned, and then he said, "What are you doing back here?" Yang Yi felt speechless. "Are you serious? I asked you to flee, not fight." Lu Ligay smiled with embarrassment. I made a mistake. A mistake. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he turned to look at the two Zenith Realm experts. Which one do you want? Lu Ligay thought for a moment and said, That one on the left. Yang Yi nodded and said, You go first. Lu Ligay glanced at him and said, You won't play any tricks, right? Yang Yi spoke angrily. Am I someone like that? Lu Ligay nodded in an extremely serious manner. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lu Ligay sent Yang Yi a voice transmission. Even though you're quite sly and shameless, you came back just now. So, I know that you're still not a bad guy. You can't fight Zenith Realm experts, so we'll keep them busy while you retreat. Once you're gone, I have my own ways to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the Zenith Realm experts. In an instant, saber energy filled the surroundings and enveloped those two Zenith Realm experts. Bang! However, a loud explosion suddenly resounded from within the sea of saber energy, and then the saber energy rumbled and dispersed. Bang! A figure was blasted out from there, and it was Lu Ligay. However, it didn't take long for him to stop himself. A cold glow flashed through Lu Ligay's eyes. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him and said, Let me. Lu Ligay was stunned and said, 1-on-2? Yang Yi nodded. Lu Ligay asked, Are you sure? Yang Yi turned around and looked at him. Are Zenith Realm experts very strong? Lu Ligay was at a loss for words. Chapter 1621 Because I'm weak. Lu Ligay was stunned by what he heard Yang Yi say. Are Zenith Realm experts very strong? Of course. Zenith Realm experts surpass the Rebirth Realm. They could destroy a world in an instant. Even the heavens feared such experts. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was Yang Yi's tone. His tone made it sound like he looked down upon Zenith Realm experts. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi paid no further attention to Lu Ligay, and he turned to look at the Zenith Realm experts. After that, he clenched his fists. This time, a powerful aura surged out from him like a torrent. It caused the space in an area of 3 kilometers around him to start rippling like the surface of a lake. A wisp of surprise flashed through Lu Ligay's eyes when he witnessed this scene. Obviously, Yang Yi's strength had surpassed his expectations a little. The Zenith Realm experts in front of Yang Yi exchanged glances, and they saw a trace of vigilance in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded in Lu Ligay's mind. Leave first. It was a voice transmission. Lu Life was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Lu Ligay, can't do something like that? Yang Yi shrugged, and then he took a step forward. In an instant, the demon god's energy surged through his body, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Heaven obliteration. Under the circumstances that he couldn't use his sword, he could only utilize heaven obliteration when facing 2 Zenith Realm experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight them at all. As soon as his fist shot forward, a terrifying force instantly sprayed out from his fist. In an instant, the space in a huge area around Yang Yi collapsed and was obliterated. At this moment, Yang Yi was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. At the moment he swung his fist, the Zenith Realm expert's pupils had constricted. They didn't dare act carelessly, and they pressed their palms forward. Instantly, 2 powerful waves of energy appeared out of thin air, and they seemed like a huge shield that resisted Yang Yi's attack. The collision between them caused the black hole around them to tremble violently. A wisp of excitement flashed through Lu Ligay's eyes. What a powerful fist technique. Go on, do it again. If you execute it again, then they execute it again, my ass. Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded in Lu Ligay's mind. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook and transformed into a ray of black light that vanished into the distance. Even though heaven obliteration was strong, it was impossible for him to kill 2 Zenith Realm experts with it. Not to mention 2, he couldn't even kill one. Of course, heaven obliteration wasn't weak, so even Zenith Realm experts wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Yang Yi's objective was very simple. It was to push them back and cause trouble for them while he fled. Yang Yi had turned around and fled as soon as he completed the attack. Lu Ligay was stunned when he saw Yang Yi flee. After all, Yang Yi had acted like Zenith Realm experts were trash just moments ago. Yet now, Yang Yi had immediately turned around and fled. Needless to say, he wasn't really able to keep up because of this change. However, his reaction was quite quick, and he immediately fled. Even though he was very confident in his strength, he wasn't so confident as to think he could fight two Zenith Realm experts on his own. Suddenly, a ray of light from a spear shot through the air, and it was shooting towards the direction Yang Yi and Lu Ligay were fleeing towards. Yang Yi and Lu Ligay's faces fell when they witnessed this. Yang Yi was about to attack, but Lu Ligay was faster. A ray of saber energy flashed and slammed against the ray of light. Boom! As soon as they collided, they exploded like fireworks, and the aftershock from the collision forced Yang Yi and Lu Ligay to a stop. Meanwhile, Li Tianju appeared not too far away from them, and the violet-robed man and another Zenith Realm expert arrived here right after him. Moreover, because they'd stopped for a moment, the other two Zenith Realm experts from before had caught up too. At this moment, the three of them were surrounded by four Zenith Realm experts again. Li Tianju glanced at Yang Yi and Lu Ligay, and then he laughed coldly. Don't you feel bad for leaving just like that? Yang Yi glanced at the violet-robed old man's group of four, and then he gazed at Li Tianju and sent a voice transmission. If we continue fighting like this, none of us will be able to escape. Let's join forces first and resolve the matter between us later. All right? Li Tianju was slightly visibly moved. If they joined forces, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with four Zenith Realm experts. But if they didn't and acted against each other instead, then they would definitely be unable to escape. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, our speed isn't superior to Zenith Realm experts at all. So, it's meaningless to just flee. Thus, the best way is to kill them or force them to retreat. Hesitance appeared in Li Tianju's eyes. Suddenly, the violet-robed old man said, attack. As soon as he gave the order, he charged at Li Tianju. Obviously, Head realized that while Yang Yi and the others were inferior to his group in terms of cultivation, all three of them were geniuses. If they joined forces, such circumstances weren't something he wanted to see, so Head decisively ordered the attack. Li Tianju's face turned cold when he saw the old man charge at him, and he immediately gazed at Yang Yi. Well, join forces for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down, and he transformed into a dazzling ray of light that shot towards the violet-robed old man. Yang Yi glanced at Li Tianju and Lu Ligay, and then he said, both of you fight three, they'll fight one. Li Tianju turned to glance at Yang Yi. Why? Because I'm weak. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Are you not ashamed to make me fight two on my own? The corners of Li Tianju's eyes twitched slightly. He glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he continued his assault towards the violet-robed old man. Yang Yi patted Lu Ligay on the shoulder. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at one of the Zenith Realm experts. Lu Ligay felt speechless. Just like that, Lu Ligay and Li Tianju fought three Zenith Realm experts, while Yang Yi fought just one. Lu Ligay and Li Tianju were very strong, and their joint forces were actually on par with three Zenith Realm experts. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was in fierce combat with one Zenith Realm expert. Needless to say, it was extremely strenuous for him. Because his physical strength couldn't amount to a lethal threat to Zenith Realm experts, but the attacks of Zenith Realm experts were a lethal threat to him. After all, they could pierce through his physical defenses. Fortunately, he had abundant combat experience and a terrifying recuperative ability, so he was barely able to fight that Zenith Realm expert. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. Once he stopped himself, he glanced at Li Tianju and Lu Ligay. Yang Yi's heart sank when he saw the situation that they were in. Head hoped by keeping a Zenith Realm expert busy, the two of them would be able to quickly defeat the remaining 3 Zenith Realm experts. However, Head underestimated the strength of those Zenith Realm experts. Even though Li Tianju and Lu Ligay could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle, they weren't able to gain the upper hand against 3 Zenith Realm experts. Conversely, they were gradually being pushed into a disadvantaged situation. I can't let this go on. Yang Yi's face fell. Meanwhile, the space in front of him trembled, and then a flaming fist flashed out from there and slammed down at him. Yang Yi's expression remained calm as he clenched his right fist tightly, and then he slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. As soon as he stopped, a flaming palm slapped down towards him while carrying boundless pressure. The space around him instantly started to warp beneath it. A solemn expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Actually, he really wanted to use his sword. If he did, then he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. However, once he did that, his identity would definitely be exposed. At the very least, it was very disadvantageous to him for now. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a thread of black light that charged up into space. When he arrived before the flaming palm, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes, and then he slammed his fist upwards. Elemental Breaker combined with Energy Rebound. The reason he hadn't used Heaven Obliteration was because it exhausted too much profound energy and physical strength. If he could use it to kill the Zenith Realm expert before him, then he wouldn't mind the consumption. Unfortunately, it could only injure his opponent but not kill his opponent. So, had decisively chosen to use Elemental Breaker combined with Energy Rebound. Bang! The flaming palm shook violently and cracked apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pulled his right hand back and slammed it upwards again. Boom! Yang Yi's punch pierced through the center of the palm, and then Yang Yi transformed into a black ray of light that instantly vanished into the distance. You think you can flee? The Zenith Realm expert grunted coldly, and then he vanished as well. Just like that, Yang Yi and that Zenith Realm expert vanished. Meanwhile, the battle was still going on. Around 15 minutes later, the violet-robed old man's group, Li Tianjiu and Lu Ligay, suddenly stopped fighting. They looked up towards the distance, and their pupils constricted when they witnessed the scene there. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A figure had appeared there, and it was Yang Yi who had vanished earlier. Yang Yi was holding a human head in his grasp, and it was the head of that Zenith Realm expert who'd been fighting Yang Yi. Yang Yi casually tossed the head over towards Lu Ligay and said, "Are Zenith Realm experts very strong?" Lu Ligay was at a loss for words. Chapter 1622 Rebirth Fruit. Are Zenith Realm experts very strong? Yang Yi had asked this question earlier. This time, he wasn't just asking the question. He was asking Lu Ligay with facts. Are Zenith Realm experts very strong? They were very strong to Yang Yi, of course. Had never underestimated Zenith Realm experts. The reason he asked is because he wanted to say that while they were strong, Zenith Realm experts weren't really terrifying. At the very least, they weren't very terrifying when he used the sword. Let's roll back time to 15 minutes before this. After he destroyed the flaming palm from the Zenith Realm expert, Yang Yi had immediately fled. He raised his physical speed to its limits, so it only took a few breaths of time for him to get far away. However, that Zenith Realm expert followed closely behind him. Just like that, Yang Yi fled while the Zenith Realm expert chased after him. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. As soon as he did, the Zenith Realm expert was 300 m behind him. That Zenith Realm expert laughed coldly. What? You're not fleeing anymore? You. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The Zenith Realm expert's pupils had constricted at the exact same moment. He clenched his fists with the intention to attack. However, a terrifying wave of intent pressed down upon him. Slaughter Sword Intent. The Zenith Realm expert was caught off guard, causing his body to stop moving momentarily, and it was this instant which allowed his sword to stab through the back of his neck. His eyes instantly opened wide, and his hairs stood on end. However, he didn't give up on trying to survive. At the critical moment, he moved his head to the right and sliced his own neck on Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword sliced through half of his neck, but that Zenith Realm expert seized this opportunity to flash over 3 kilometers to the side. However, only after moving there did he notice that Yang Yi was still behind him, and that sword was still in his neck. I'm finished. That was the last thought he had. Hiss! A head flew up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Dead. Yang Yi glanced at the headless corpse, sheathed his sword, and then closed his eyes slowly. Even though Head killed another Zenith Realm expert, it wasn't easy at all. That had been his strongest attack, the Sword of Rebirth. Besides that, Head used the Laws of Darkness, 2 types of Returnal rank sword intent, and the Sword Domain. Even then, Head almost failed to kill the Zenith Realm expert. It was all thanks to the Laws of Darkness that Head succeeded. Because if he hadn't been attached to that Zenith Realm expert's shadow, that fellow would have definitely escaped. Yang Yi had gained a new discovery about the Laws of Darkness. Head realized that so long as he attached himself to someone's shadow, he would move along with them. What did that represent? It represented that if he attached himself to someone, that person could only dream of escaping him. Moreover, his Laws of Darkness were much stronger than they had been. So long as he didn't attack, then even Zenith Realm experts couldn't detect him while he hid in their shadows. Of course, the precondition was that he didn't attack. He couldn't even reveal a trace of his aura. Even though Head killed another Zenith Realm expert, Yang Yi still didn't underestimate Zenith Realm experts, because he was very well aware that once they didn't underestimate him and treated him as an equal, then the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and waved his hand. The head of that Zenith Realm expert immediately flew over to him, and then he vanished on the spot. 15 minutes later, everyone was looking at Yang Yi. Lu Ligay's eyes had a trace of shock in them. As for the violet-robed old man's group, they had a trace of bewilderment and fear in their eyes. They thought Yang Yi was the weakest. Yet now, the brutal reality before them told them that the black-robed man before them, who was holding the head of a Zenith Realm expert, may not be the weakest amongst these 3 geniuses. Yang Yi casually tossed the head over and said, "Now, it's 3 against 3. Are you still going to fight us?" The violet-robed old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he said, "The Yang clan, Yang Yin. Good. My Wang clan will remember this." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance with the other 2 Zenith Realm experts. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly went over to Yang Yi. "How did you accomplish that?" Yang Yi asked. "What are you talking about? Stop acting dumb." Lu Ligay pointed at the head and asked, "How did you kill him? Don't tell me that your fist technique did it." While it was strong, it wasn't sufficient to kill a Zenith Realm expert. Yang Yi replied, "It's a secret, a trump card, understand?" Lu Ligay grunted coldly. "What's so great about that? If I'm forced into a corner, I can even kill 2 Zenith Realm experts." Yang Yi shrugged, and then he gazed at Li Tianjiu. "What about you? Do you still intend to fight us? If you do, it's 2 against 1 now." Li Tianjiu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The Yang clan, Yang Yin. Good, very good. Li Tianjiu, will definitely give you double the payback one day." As he spoke, he was about to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Double? Humph. You think too highly of yourself. Allow me to tell you that my young master is an extraordinary genius. Not to mention you, can anyone in the younger generation of Milky Way system be a match for him?" Hey. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly said, "Brother, that's too much. I have to admit that Yang Yin has some ability, but saying he's unmatched in the younger generation of the Milky Way system is going too far. Not to mention him, even the #1 genius of your Yang clan, Yang Lianshuang, wouldn't dare to speak about being the #1 genius in the younger generation of Milky Way system. Yang Yin? Unmatched in the younger generation?" Li Tianjiu laughed with ridicule. "How laughable. Forget it. I won't say anything else. Just go back and tell your young master that I, Li Tianjiu, will definitely get even with him and you for this." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, Lu Ligay obstructed Yang Yi's path and asked, "The Earth Spirit is in your possession, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed." Lu Ligay was stunned. "Then why did you dare to swear on your own soul?" Yang Yi pointed at his chest. "Because I have a clear conscience." Lu Ligay was stunned. "You have a clear conscience after all that? Your conscience is amazing." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and asked, "How do I get to the Yang clan? Aren't you from the Yang clan? Can't I get lost?" Lu Ligay felt speechless. Lu Ligay fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "You're not from the Yang clan, right?" He was no fool. After Yang Yi asked him for directions to the Yang clan, he realized that everything Yang Yi had done seemed like Yang Yi had been intentionally making them go seek out the Yang clan. Or it should be said that Yang Yi wanted them to look for trouble with Yang Yin. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "How do I explain it? Am considered to be from the Yang clan, but am not as well." Am speechless. Lu Ligay spoke angrily. "If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. What do you mean by that? You're just giving me a headache." Yang Yi replied, "Based on my bloodline, I belong to the Yang clan, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a member of the Yang clan. Understand?" Lu Ligay glanced at him and nodded. "I understand now. I didn't expect to meet someone just like me. It's truly fate." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Someone like you? What do you mean?" Lu Ligay shrugged. "There are 8 great clans here. My Lu clan is one of them. I was once from the Lu clan, but am not any longer." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" He replied, "When I was young, I got a strange disease, and it blocked up my meridians. So, I couldn't cultivate. I'm sure you're aware how clans don't need weaklings. Thus, they removed my name from the Lu clan and reduced me to a servant." Yang Yi sized up Lu Ligay. "You gained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the end?" Lu Ligay shook his head. "No, I fucking cleared them by myself, bit by bit. Sigh, that pain. It was truly fucking painful. If I can do it all again, I would rather take my own life than do that." Yang Yi asked, "You're so strong now. Didn't the Lu clan invite you back?" Lu Ligay shook his head. "How could they? If I'm a genius on young Lianshuang's level, then perhaps they would make me return to the Lu clan. Unfortunately, I'm not that monstrous. So, how could they allow someone who holds resentment towards the Lu clan to return to the clan? Moreover, even if they allowed me to return, I wouldn't. I have my pride." Yang Yi nodded. "One must never lose their pride and backbone." He sized up Lu Ligay and continued, "I need someone to complete miscellaneous tasks for me. Why don't you come with me? I guarantee that you'll gain both wealth and status." "Fuck off." Lu Ligay spoke angrily. "You're full of tricks. You may stab me in the back at any time. Moreover, that wouldn't even be the worst part. The worst part would be that I may even end up helping you stab me in the back." Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly glanced at the surroundings and said, "I know a place that has a treasure. I've been coveting it for a long time. However, I wasn't confident in my ability to get it on my own. Are you interested in joining me?" Yang Yi shook his head no. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He only wanted to head to the Yang clan. "Why aren't you interested?" Lu Ligay continued. "Do you know what treasure it is? Rebirth fruits. Rebirth fruits that can help us advance into the rebirth realm." Yang Yi immediately stopped when he heard Lu Ligay, and then he turned around and gazed at him. "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." Lu Ligay was stunned. Chapter 1623 The Yang Clan's #1 Genius. Even though saving Little Sky was the most important thing to him, improving his strength was important too. After all, the greater his strength was, the greater his chances of saving Little Sky were. The Yang clan was no ordinary clan. "Calm down for a while." Lu Ligay continued, "It isn't so easy to get. We have to make plans. Understand?" Yang Yi asked, "Is it dangerous?" Lu Ligay nodded. "Extremely dangerous. Because that place is where a clan specially grows rebirth fruits. They are the only clan that has rebirth fruits in Milky Way system. They rely on it to gain wealth for themselves. So, do you think it'll be dangerous? Only they have rebirth fruits?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" "The rebirth tree." Lu Ligay explained. "They have a rebirth tree. Up until now, they have the only rebirth fruit in the entire Milky Way system. Of course, Milky Way system is huge, so I'm not very sure if there really aren't others throughout Milky Way system. Moreover, perhaps other clans have it as well, but they just didn't reveal it." Yang Yi asked, "Which clan?" Lu Ligay spoke in a low voice, "The Wu clan." Yang Yi asked, "Are they very strong?" Lu Ligay sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're definitely one of the young masters of the Yang clan, right?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. How did you know? Lu Legay rolled his eyes. You don't even know the Wu clan. That means you were definitely sent away to temper yourself. You're back now to participate in the Yang clan's fight for succession, right? Yang Yi nodded. Lu Legay asked, You returned on your own? Yang Yi nodded, yes. You don't have help? A few. Lu Legay was stunned. Only a few? Yang Yi replied with a question. Then how many do I need? Lu Legay shook his head. You're finished? You're dead. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Legay continued. You know that fellow, Yang Yao. Do you know how many powers are supporting him? His mother's clan, the clans of his wives, and the power he created himself. Moreover, he isn't the one with the most backing amongst the potential successors of the Yang clan. Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Lu Legay said, Actually, you're not completely without a chance. If you can gain the support of your Yang clan's Yang Lianshuang, TSK, you'll have a very good chance. Yang Lianshuang? Yang Yi asked, Who's that? Your Yang clan's #1 genius. Lu Legay explained, She's extraordinary. I heard she was only half a step away from the Zenith realm a year ago. Now, she may have attained the Zenith realm. To be honest, if she was male, then all of you can just go home and give birth to kids. Unfortunately, she isn't male, and the Yang clan only allows males to succeed the position of patriarch. Otherwise, how can any of you compete with her? The Zenith realm. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Lianshuang was probably no more than 30 years old. If she really was at the Zenith realm, then she would be a Zenith realm expert that wasn't even 30 years of age. Coupled with the fact that such monstrous geniuses could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle, just thinking about her strength was terrifying. Lu Legay continued, Her strength isn't even the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is her prestige in the Yang clan. It can be said that she is the representative of the Yang clan's younger generation. So, if you're able to gain her help, then you'll have a much greater chance. Yang Yi shook his head. Instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on myself. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about the rebirth fruit instead. Can I really attain the rebirth realm by consuming that fruit? Even though his current strength wasn't bad, it was quite inferior when compared to those true monstrous geniuses. Not to mention others, just Lu Legay wasn't someone he was absolutely confident in being able to kill. After all, this fellow before him had the ability to kill Zenith realm experts too. He had trump cards, and so did everyone else. It's not definite. Lu Legay explained, It's only useful to people with extremely strong foundations. Only such people dare to consume it. Otherwise, if someone who just attained the dualism realm or possesses a shaky foundation consumes it, it wouldn't be of any use. Even if they are able to attain the rebirth realm by force, it would definitely leave many problems behind. Moreover, such a person's strength would definitely be far inferior to a normal rebirth realm expert. He sized up Yang Yi and continued, Your aura is deep like an ocean. It's obvious your foundation is exceptionally strong, so you can consume one. Yang Yi nodded. Come, let's go take it from them. Are you crazy? Lu Legay spoke angrily. What do you think the Wu clan is? Take it from them? Even a group of 10,000 people like us won't be able to return alive. Yang Yi was puzzled. If we don't take it from them, then are you telling me that we should ask them for it? Would they give it to us? Or perhaps you mean we should steal it? Tisk, tisk. Lu Legay sized up Yang Yi and said, Either take or steal. Were you a bandit in the past? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Lu Legay said, Forget such thoughts. The Wu clan's strength is beyond your imagination. You'll only be courting death if you try something like that. We're going to do it the right way this time. The Wu clan somehow obtained a wooden sword and a stone tablet. They placed it in front of their martial hall, and they promised that anyone able to comprehend their secrets will be able to obtain 2 rebirth fruits and enter the Wu clan's martial Dao hall to study the Wu clan's martial arts. A wooden sword? A stone tablet? Yang Yi was puzzled. What's that? Lu Legay shook his head. I'm not really sure. In any case, we can go try our luck. What if we're able to uncover their secrets? Do you think it's some sort of trap? Yang Yi continued. What if they kill us to keep us quiet after we uncover their secrets? They won't. Lu Ligay continued. The Wu clan's reputation is very good. They will absolutely not do something like that. So, how about we give it a try? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, let's try it then. Lu Ligay nodded. Let's go. Wait. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, protect me for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged in space and sent a clone into the primordial pagoda. Within the primordial pagoda, as soon as Yang Yi's clone arrived, Snowy and Zir appeared in front of him, and Snowy was holding an earthen yellow ball of light. The Earth Spirit. The ball of light was the Earth Spirit. Snowy brought the ball of light over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was just about to take it when the earthen yellow ball of light suddenly went behind Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she patted it lightly with her claw and seemed to be telling it something. A short while passed before the Earth Spirit slowly floated over to Yang Yi, and then it touched Yang Yi lightly. Yang Yi grinned and touched it lightly as well. An Earth Spirit. Had seen one in the past, that Earth Spirit on Sky continent. The Earth Spirit contained the energy of the Earth, and it could be said to be an extraordinary armor. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the Earth Spirit of Sky continent with him, because if he took it with him, it would be a huge blow to Sky continent. If a world lacked the spirit of the Earth, then it represented that continent's vitality would gradually vanish. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the Earth Spirit. Can you help if I need it in the future? The Earth Spirit hadn't even replied when Snowy had hurriedly nodded. After that, she seemed to have thought of something, and she hurriedly grabbed the Earth Spirit in her arms and nodded again. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he took Snowy in his arms and kissed her. This little fellow is truly too cute. After playing with Snowy and Zir for a while, Yang Yi went to the 3rd level. At this moment, a Nanjing was still seated cross-legged on the ground. However, the tiny golden figure above her was gradually growing ethereal. Obviously, it was coming to an end. Even though his strength had improved tremendously because of that black hole, he was confident that a Nanjing's strength would definitely not be inferior to him when she woke up, because a Nanjing's strength would certainly undergo a qualitative transformation after fully absorbing the inheritance of the martial god. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi walked over to him. We're in Milky Way system? Yang Yi took her hand and nodded. We're not too far from the Yang clan. Xiao Yushi tightened her grip on his hand. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded. He chatted with her for a while, and then he left the primordial pagoda. In the outside world, Yang Yi opened his eyes. As soon as his eyes were open, he saw Lu Ligay. Lu Ligay was staring at him without blinking. Yang Yi asked, What are you doing? Lu Ligay glanced at him and moved aside. I thought you fell asleep. Yang Yi felt speechless. Lu Ligay shook his head. Let's go. The martial origin system isn't close by. As he spoke, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Yang Yi quickly followed him. However, they hadn't gone far before their expressions changed. After that, they stopped. Moreover, they even flashed 3 kilometers backwards. Meanwhile, the space where they'd been standing at just a moment ago had suddenly started to tremble, and then 5 old men appeared in front of them. 5 Zenith Realm experts. The leader of the group was an old man in a gray robe. Besides that, 3 of the old men behind the gray-robed old man weren't new faces to Yang Yi and Lu Ligay, because those 3 old men were the same Zenith Realm experts who'd fought them earlier. The Wang clan's Wang Yun. Lu Ligay stared at the gray-robed old man. He isn't someone we can defeat. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hands. I surrender. Lu Ligay was stunned speechless. Chapter 1624. Either he dies, or he dies. Surrender? Everyone here was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure flashed off over 30 m away. In just a moment, Head vanished from their fields of vision. Head fled. All of them were speechless. Get him. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man suddenly ordered, and then the violet-robed old man and 2 other Zenith Realm experts instantly went after Yang Yi. Once they went after Yang Yi, the gray-robed old man's gaze instantly descended onto Lu Ligay. He was about to speak when Lu Ligay raised his hands. "I surrender." The old man gazed coldly at Lu Ligay in silence. Even though he didn't speak, his aura was locked onto Lu Ligay. Lu Ligay smiled embarrassedly. I really surrender." The gray-robed old man walked over to Lu Ligay. "Even though you've been abandoned by the Lu clan, I still admire you a little. After all, you relied on yourself to unblock your meridians. That required extraordinary willpower. Moreover, you attained your current strength without the Lu clan's resources. You're quite outstanding in the younger generation. So, hand over my Wang clan's earth spirit, and I won't kill you." Lu Ligay shrugged. "Would you believe me if I said that I don't have it? Then come with me to my Wang clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he clawed at Lu Ligay. The space around Lu Ligay instantly became a void, and a powerful wave of energy seemed to be on the verge of tearing Lu Ligay into pieces. Lu Ligay restrained his smile, and then a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes. A moment later, a terrifying wave of saber intent surged out explosively from within him, and then he drew his saber and swung it. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. As soon as he did, the violet-robed old man and the others appeared in front of him. They instantly became vigilant when they saw Yang Yi stop abruptly. They hadn't forgotten that Yang Yi had killed a Zenith Realm expert in a short while. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he vanished on the spot. A wisp of disdain flashed through the violet-robed old man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi attack. He raised his right hand slightly with the intention of attacking. However, his expression suddenly changed. He wasn't the only one. The expressions of the other two Zenith Realm experts had changed as well, because Yang Yi was in front of them. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that two black-robed figures had suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side. They sensed danger. Extreme danger. The violet-robed old man and the others were astounded. They were about to retreat, but a strand of intent and too powerful aura of blood suddenly enveloped down upon them. After that, a ray of light flashed before their eyes. Hiss! The violet-robed old man's figure stiffened on the spot. He looked ahead with a blank gaze, sword intent, slaughter intent. As soon as he finished speaking, hiss! A string of blood sprayed from the center of his forehead, and the color in his eyes vanished. After he killed the violet-robed old man in an instant, Yang Yi didn't attack again. He just flashed 3 kilometers backwards. Meanwhile, the blood puppets retreated to his side. As for the two Zenith Realm experts, they'd been obliterated. Even though they were both at the Zenith Realm as well, the blood puppets' combat strength far surpassed ordinary Zenith Realm experts. Coupled with the fact that they'd taken their opponents off guard, and their opponents were suppressed by both Slaughter Sword Intent and Slaughter Intent, the violet-robed old man's group had been annihilated in an instant. The reason Yang Yi had been able to kill the violet-robed old man without relying on the laws of darkness was mainly because of the two blood puppets. Their auras combined with his dual intents caused the violet-robed old man and the others to be unable to move for a moment, and just that moment was enough for him and the two blood puppets. Of course, it was also because the violet-robed old man's group hadn't expected Yang Yi to have two Zenith Realm experts by his side. Otherwise, they would still have a chance to flee even if they were no match for Yang Yi's forces. Yang Yi didn't keep the corpses intact, because just controlling two blood puppets was the limit of his ability. Moreover, experts killed with the Sword of Rebirth couldn't be refined into sword servants. Besides that, his sword intent wasn't sufficient to be used to refine Zenith Realm sword servants. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying. The figure flew for over 10 kilometers before finally stopping. It was Lu Ligay's figure. "Even though you're not bad, as far as I'm concerned, you're far too weak." The gray-robed old man started walking slowly towards Lu Ligay. "The Earth Spirit was fostered by my clan's young master, and it's of the utmost importance to him. Even though it isn't in your possession, I'm sure you know who has it. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who it is, and perhaps he'll let you live. Otherwise, it's in Li Tianjia's possession." Lu Ligay wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. Li Tianjiu has taken it back to the Li clan. You should go to the Li clan to get it back. You're courting death. The gray-robed old man grunted coldly. I met Li Tianjiu before coming here. However, it wasn't in his possession. Yet it's in my young master's possession. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar. The gray-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look towards the source of the voice. It didn't take long for a black-robed figure to appear there. It was Yang Yi. The gray-robed old man clenched his fists when he saw Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "They're dead." Yang Yi nodded. "My young master asked me to give you a message. The Earth Spirit is with him. If you have the ability, then come to the Yang clan and look for him." Yang Yin? The old man nodded, as expected of the Yang clan. Even stealing is done in such an arrogant manner. Very good. Give him a message for my young master too. My young master will remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the last Zenith Realm expert. Lu Ligay was astounded. They left just like that? What else? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. He naturally knew that the old man wanted to kill both of them. However, the gray-robed old man didn't dare to do it right now, because those 3 Zenith Realm experts from before were dead. So, the gray-robed old man was afraid that the experts of the Yang clan were here. Actually, as far as the old man was concerned, he wasn't just afraid that they were here, he felt that they were definitely here. That was why he had chosen to leave immediately. Yang Yi glanced at Lu Ligay. "Are you all right?" Lu Ligay shook his head. "Even though I'm no match for him, it isn't so easy for him to kill me." He sized up Yang Yi and continued, "How did you deal with those 3 fellows?" Yang Yi replied, "It's a secret." Lu Ligay shrugged and didn't pursue an answer. "So, is there enmity between you and Yang Yin?" Yang Yi nodded. "Either he dies or he dies." Lu Ligay was stunned, and then he shook his head. "He has my condolences." Yang Yi said, "Come, let's go to the Wu clan." Lu Ligay nodded. "Let's recuperate first." An hour later, they departed for the Wu clan. All along the way, Yang Yi ceaselessly inquired about Milky Way system, and he gained a rough understanding of it from Lu Ligay. In the medium universe of Milky Way system, there were 8 clans: the Ying clan, Wu clan, Yang clan, Li clan, Wang clan, Lu clan, Ku clan, and Qin clan. They reigned supreme over the medium universe. Even though there were other races of living beings here like the demon race and many others, the human race was the strongest. The human race was the strongest in the medium universe. The strongest amongst these 8 clans was the Ying clan, and then it was the Wu clan and Yang clan. As for the most mysterious, it was the Ku clan. Lu Ligay didn't say why it was mysterious. All he knew was that it was very mysterious. The Ku clan was the most mysterious and kept the lowest profile. Its members never caused trouble in the outside world. However, regardless of whether it was the Ying clan or the Yang clan, which was called a clan of madmen, none of them would rashly offend the Ku clan. Moreover, all the clans including the Ying clan and Yang clan had given the order that their members were not to offend the Ku clan's members. If it was possible, it was best to give them special treatment. Because of that order, the Ku clan seemed even more mysterious. Besides the Ying clan, the Wu clan, the Yang clan, and the mysterious Ku clan, the other 4 clans were equals. Actually, it should be said that the strength of all 8 clans wasn't much different. Even if it was the strongest in clan, it couldn't be said to be capable of annihilating any other clan at will. That was exactly why the 8 clans were able to live in peace, because no one dared to rashly cause war. Of course, it was also because the benefits of the war weren't sufficient. Once the benefits of the war were greater than the price of it, the medium universe of Milky Way system wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Something worth mentioning was that the medium universe of Milky Way system was very huge, extremely even. No one knew how huge it was. In any case, up until now, even the 8 clans were ceaselessly exploring the unknown parts of it. Moreover, they weren't just exploring Milky Way system. Some had even headed to other systems. Actually, that couldn't be considered as exploration anymore. They were there to conquer and plunder. Conquer and plunder. That was the common aim of all 8 clans in Milky Way system. Suddenly, Lu Ligay said, "Martial origin system is up ahead." Chapter 1625, The Martial Ancestor. Martial Origin System. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the distant stellar system, because he sensed numerous powerful auras within it. Moreover, it gave him the feeling that the entire system was like a huge formation. The Martial Parade Formation, Lu Ligay suddenly said. The entire system is a huge formation. Such a huge formation. Yang Yi asked, who created it? Wu Mu. Lu Ligay continued, the founder of the Wu clan, and one of the few strongest people in the medium universe of Milky Way system. He was a peerless genius. According to legend, he merely had to take a look and could immediately learn any technique. Moreover, he could even modify them and make them stronger. He turned to look at Yang Yi and continued, do you know what that represents? It represents that when others fight him, they just have to utilize their technique once and he'll be able to copy it immediately. Moreover, he'll be able to immediately modify the technique and use the same technique to defeat his opponent. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. What a monster! That's not all. Lu Ligay continued. Head grasped 9 types of intents all those years ago. He's the person who comprehended the most intents in the history of the medium universe in Milky Way system. 9 types of intents. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It was something that couldn't be described as just monstrous. However, Nanjing wasn't inferior, because Shed grasped 6 types of intents now, and Shed even merged them into one. However, her intents became difficult to improve after they were merged into one. Otherwise, if all her intents were at the returnal rank, then it wouldn't just be terrifying, it would be absolutely terrifying. At that time, even he wouldn't be a match for her. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay continued. Later on, he went into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. He studied techniques from all over the universe and modified them. So, many techniques in the world have been modified by him. It can be said that he alone pushed our medium world's development forward tremendously. It was also this contribution that made everyone respect him as the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor? A thought had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind, and it was one where he wondered if the martial ancestor or the unfettered one was more monstrous. All those years ago, that era was the Wu clan's era. Lu Ligay continued. The Wu clan was the strongest during that time, and it was so strong that the other 7 clans had no choice but to join forces against it. Yang Yi asked, they joined forces? Lu Ligay nodded. Actually, it's very normal. Let me explain it like this. If any one of them gains a peerless genius capable of reigning supreme through the era, the other clans would definitely join forces against that clan. Otherwise, it's very likely for them to be crushed, one by one. Yang Yi suddenly asked, the Yang clan had a monstrous genius like that too? Of course. Lu Ligay continued, it isn't just your Yang clan. Every one of them had such a monstrous genius in the past. The reason the 8 clans reigned supreme over the medium universe is because they once had such peerless geniuses. A single peerless genius is able to guarantee at least 10,000 years of life to a clan. Yang Yi nodded and said, let's not go further into detail. Come, let's go see the wooden sword and stone tablet. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ligay vanished on the spot, and Yang Yi immediately followed after him. Martial Origin City. They arrived at Martial Origin City under Lu Ligay's lead. It was the most bustling city in Martial Origin System, and it was the most populated city as well. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Yi was still shocked by the sight of it. It was huge. The city was so huge that it completely exceeded his imagination. Just its walls were almost 2 kilometers tall. As for the width of it, he couldn't even see the end of it. Don't be shocked. Lu Ligay suddenly said, this is nothing. If you enter the martial dimension, the buildings there are the truly shocking ones. Yang Yi was puzzled. The martial dimension? Lu Ligay explained. It's where the members of the Wu clan live. It's not like this place. Not everyone can enter that place. He suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Are you really from the Yang clan? Yang Yi asked. Why do you ask that? Lu Ligay replied. Because I noticed that you know nothing about Milky Way system. But even if you were sent away to temper yourself from a young age, it shouldn't be to the extent of knowing nothing. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Lu Ligay. A voice suddenly resounded. Yang Yi and Lu Ligay turned towards its source, and they saw 3 men walking in their direction. Yang Yi noticed that Lu Ligay's face had turned gloomy at the sight of those 3 men. It didn't take long for them to walk over to Yang Yi and Lu Ligay. The blue-robed man who led the group chuckled. I didn't expect to encounter you here. I presume you're here for that wooden sword and stone tablet as well. As he spoke, he sized up Lu Ligay and continued, right? You're only at the dualism realm right now. If you don't have a rebirth fruit, it'll take over 10 years for you to attain the rebirth realm by yourself. However, it isn't that easy to get a rebirth fruit. Lu Yuan, are you done? Lu Ligay spoke coldly. If you done, then fuck off. How dare you? Meanwhile, the white-robed man on Lu Yuan's right shouted angrily, Lu Ligay, how can you speak to your cousin brother like that? My cousin brother? Lu Ligay laughed coldly. Lu Lin, I'm not a member of the Lu clan anymore. Lu Yuan shook his head. Why do you have to act like this? You just have to admit your mistakes to the clan, and you'll be immediately accepted back into the clan. As for that rebirth fruit, it'll be right within your reach. Moreover, your accomplishments will be limited if you're all alone without the support of the clan. That's my problem. Lu Ligay spoke indifferently. Moreover, my presence doesn't make a difference to the Lu clan, right? Fine. Lu Yuan continued. We'll talk about it again next time. He paused for a moment and continued. I received news that you stole the Wang clan's earth spirit with Li Tianjiu. Do you have it with you? Lu Ligay laughed coldly. I was wondering why you were acting so differently. So it's because of the earth spirit. Lu Yuan said, I'm refining a defensive treasure, and it needs an equipment spirit. I'm sure you're aware that earth spirits are the most suitable to be made into the equipment spirit of defensive treasures. I'll get straight to the point. Give the earth spirit to me, and he'll get a rebirth fruit for you from the clan. Moreover, he'll help speak on your behalf to get you back into the clan. All right? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lu Ligay spoke coldly. Lu Yuan, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Besides that, the earth spirit isn't in my possession. It's with the Yang clan's young master Yang Yin. If you have the ability, go to the Yang clan and ask him for it. Lu Yuan gazed at Lu Ligay for a long time, and then he nodded. Since you don't have it, then forget it. Good luck to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Yi. Young master Yang Yin has many capable subordinates. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm nothing. My young master is the true extraordinary genius. No, he's a genius that reigns supreme through this era. Just wait and see. When he truly displays his might, you'll realize how unlucky you are to be in the same era as him. Lu Ligay was speechless. Is that so? Lu Yuan continued. So young master Yang Yin was concealing that much strength. I'm quite curious now. I really look forward to the moment he displays his strength. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with the others. Be careful. Lu Ligay suddenly said, that fellow only looks amiable on the outside, and he's actually a ruthless person. His favorite thing is to treat someone like a brother and then stab that person in the back. Yang Yi nodded. He would naturally not underestimate the disciples of any clan. All of them were definitely not inferior in both strength and intellect. Let's go. Lu Ligay continued. Let's see if we can discover the secrets of that wooden sword and stone tablet. Yang Yi nodded. Just like that, they arrived before a hall under Lu Ligay's lead. At this moment, many people were gathered before the hall. A wooden sword and stone tablet were floating at the center of the hall's entrance. Yang Yi's gaze instantly descended onto the wooden sword. The sword was huge. It was around 40 centimeters wide, and it was around 2 meters long. It was a huge sword. There were 2 lines of words on the huge sword. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the line of words on the left. Can you give up the sword? Give up the sword? Yang Yi was stunned. Can I? If I do, then how will I save Little Sky? How will I participate in the Yang clan's fight for succession? How will I fight Yang Yin and Yang Danqing? How will I protect my loved ones? Yang Yi suddenly became quite afraid when he thought up to this point. He was afraid of losing the sword, because if he lost the sword, it represented that he would lose many things, and it may even include his life. After all, if he had no sword, then not to mention killing Zenith Realm experts, even killing Rebirth Realm experts would be quite strenuous for him. No, that was Yang Yi's answer to the question. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the second line of words, and he was stunned on the spot when he saw it. You think you've enslaved your sword, but you do not realize that you've been enslaved by the sword. Chapter 1626. It spoiled my mental state. Enslaved by the sword. Have I been enslaved by the sword? Yang Yi asked himself that question. Of course, the sword here represented the sword Dao. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't enslaved by the sword, because he felt that he controlled it, and it wasn't the one which controlled him. The user was the reason a sword was strong. The reason his sword was strong wasn't his sword but him. The sword was extraordinary because of its user. That was what Head thought in the past. But, can I give up the sword? Or more precisely, can I give up the sword Dao? Giving up the sword Dao represented that he would lose many things, and it may even include his life. So, the answer was naturally a no. If he gave up the sword, he would lose many things. But if the sword didn't have him, it would still be a sword, and it would still exist. Simply speaking, he couldn't do without the sword, but the sword could do without him. That was the difference. Thus, it was obvious who was enslaved. Yang Yi stared at the wooden sword. Suddenly, he started walking in its direction. Lu Ligay was stunned by this scene, and then he quickly moved forward to obstruct Yang Yi's path. What are you doing? Yang Yi pointed at the wooden sword. It spoiled my mental state. It must be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was before the wooden sword when he appeared once more. After that, Yang Yi slammed his fist at it, while everyone else watched with astonishment. Lu Ligay's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Brother, you can't do that. Well, be killed. Meanwhile, a ray of cold light appeared before Yang Yi when his fist was just about to slam against the wooden sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 300 m back. A man in luxurious robes appeared before the wooden sword. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You can only look, not touch." Yang Yi had just stopped himself and intended to charge forward again. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay obstructed his path again. Brother, what are you doing? This is the Wu clan. You can't act rashly. Calm down. Yang Yi shook his head. Those words spoiled my mental state. If I don't eliminate them, then he'll probably be incapable of moving a step forward on my path of cultivation. As far as I'm concerned, all obstacles should be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards the wooden sword again. Lu Ligay was stunned. All obstacles should be eliminated. Brother, you're too overbearing. Everyone here was stunned when they saw Yang Yi attack again. Obviously, they hadn't expected someone to dare to cause trouble in the Wu clan. Meanwhile, the eyes of the man in a luxurious robe narrowed, and a cold glow flickered in them. After that, he slammed his fist forward. At the same time, Yang Yi, who had arrived before the man, had slammed his fist forward as well. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were pushed around 1 kilometer back. The man glanced at his own fist, and then looked up at Yang Yi, striking straight at the internal organs and making energy rebound. It's quite an interesting technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a wisp of smoke that appeared in front of Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi wasn't even able to react before his figure was blasted around 1 kilometer away. However, as soon as he stopped himself, his figure vanished once more. Bang! 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 At the same time Yang Yi's figure vanished, numerous explosions resounded. Because Yang Yi and the man were too swift, so many here weren't able to see them clearly and could only hear explosions. At this moment, everyone here was curious. They were curious about Yang Yi. After all, someone who dared to cause trouble in the Wu clan was definitely not an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay gulped as he watched the intense battle between Yang Yi and the man. There isn't a single normal person in the Yang clan. If I stay with him, then not to mention getting the rebirth fruit, I might even lose my life. Bang! Meanwhile, the space in the surroundings shook violently, and then Yang Yi and the man were both pushed around 3 kilometers back, respectively. The undying realm. The man glanced at Yang Yi. Who are you? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. The Yang clan. Yang Yin is my young master. The Yang clan. Everyone here immediately came to an understanding when they heard Yang Yi. It made absolute sense if Yang Yi was from the Yang clan. After all, the people from that clan were quite insane. Moreover, the Yang clan and Wu clan's strength was almost equal, so they didn't fear the Wu clan. However, everyone didn't understand why someone working for Yang Yin would come and cause trouble in the Wu clan. The Yang clan? Yang Yin? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. It was your young master who ordered you to cause trouble here? Yang Yi nodded, and then he pointed at the wooden sword. My young master said that he wants that wooden sword. So, I was sent to get it. I advise you to hand it over obediently. Otherwise, how laughable. The young man laughed coldly. Who does he think he is? Not to mention a young master of the Yang clan. My Wu clan wouldn't even fear the actual successor of the Yang clan. My Wu clan doesn't offend others unless offended by others. Since your Yang clan is looking for trouble with my Wu clan, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his right index finger forward, void piercer. In an instant, countless rays of finger-thick beams of light pierced through the space around Yang Yi. In the end, they shot down at Yang Yi like a storm. It only took an instant for them to envelop him. Yang Yi's expression remained calm and indifferent as he watched them shoot towards him, and then he clenched his right fist tightly. After that, he slammed it forward. Heaven obliteration. Boom. In an instant, the beams of light were obliterated. Moreover, the space around him started to ripple violently as if it would collapse at any moment. The man in a luxurious robe glanced at Yang Yi's fist and said, Your fist technique isn't bad, and it's stronger than the technique from before. Come, try another move of mine. As he spoke, he was about to attack again. Suddenly, Lu Ligay appeared in front of Yang Yi, and he said, I heard the geniuses of the Wu clan were strong. I'd like to see for myself today. You. Yang Yi was quite shocked as he gazed at Lu Ligay. Obviously, he hadn't expected Lu Ligay to suddenly interfere in the battle. Lu Ligay glanced at him and spoke via voice transmission, Hurry up while I keep him busy. Remember to be fast, because there are other experts of the Wu clan hiding in the shadows. You won't be able to destroy it if you aren't fast enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his saber and charged at the man. A saber cultivator. The man glanced at Lu Ligay, and then he slapped his palm forward from afar. The space before him warped, and it only took an instant for a warped energy palm to flash out from space and slap down towards Lu Ligay. Slash. Lu Ligay grabbed his saber with both hands and swung it down. Hiss. A ray of saber energy that was 300 m long flashed out from the saber in Lu Ligay's grasp. Bang! As soon as the saber energy and energy palm slammed against each other, they immediately exploded. In an instant, countless waves of energy surged madly in all directions. Even then, the space around them didn't shatter, and it just rippled. The man in luxurious robes was about to attack again, but his expression changed abruptly. He turned to look towards the wooden sword. Yang Yi was already in front of it. Don't you dare! He roared with fury, and he intended to charge over. He wasn't the only one. Countless other powerful auras had appeared in the surroundings, and they were surging towards Yang Yi. Zenith Realm experts. Yang Yi spoke indifferently before the wooden sword. The sword enslaves the user? The user enslaves the sword? Why make it so complicated? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his fist forward. Boom. Everyone watched with shock as the wooden sword shattered into bits. Lu Ligay immediately broke out in cold sweat. We're probably finished this time. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The others looked over and saw that a ray of light had suddenly flashed out from within the shattered bits of the wooden sword, and then a sword howl shot up into the sky. The man in a luxurious robe stopped when he witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, 4 old men appeared around Yang Yi. However, they didn't attack him. Obviously, they hadn't expected something like this to occur. Yang Yi looked up at the ray of light in the sky. Suddenly, the ray of light shot down from above and arrived in front of Yang Yi. In an instant, the light dispersed to reveal a small wooden sword. The wooden sword was 2 fingers wide, around 1 m long, and it wasn't any different in shape to the previous wooden sword. It was just much smaller. Yang Yi blinked as he gazed at it, and then he waved his right hand and placed the wooden sword within the primordial pagoda. After that, he gazed at the man in a luxurious robe. I acted rashly earlier. I apologize. I apologize sincerely. Right, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and started walking away. Chapter 1627 The Martial Tao. Yang Yi was naturally unable to leave, because 4 old men at the Zenith realm had surrounded him. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. What do you want? Come with us. Meanwhile, the man in a luxurious robe suddenly walked over. You will, right? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Of course. Kill his way out of this place? He would attempt that if he was an idiot. He was in martial origin system. So long as he dared to kill one of them, a huge group of Zenith Realm and Rebirth Realm experts would definitely appear before him. Most importantly, he sensed that they didn't have the desire to kill him. Otherwise, he would die no matter what. Let's go. The man turned around and intended to leave once he finished speaking. However, a ray of white light suddenly flashed from Yang Yi's chest, and then a woman appeared. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her because it was a Nanjing. Yang Yi asked, "What are you doing out here?" She gazed at the stone tablet. Yang Yi followed her gaze and saw the 3 m tall black stone table that was floating not too far away from them. There was only a single character on it. Marshal? Yang Yi frowned slightly. He was about to speak when a Nanjing suddenly walked over to the stone tablet. The man in a luxurious robe was about to do something when he saw this, but one of the old men by his side stopped him. The old man turned to look at a Nanjing while a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. It didn't take long for him to seem to have noticed something, and the surprise in his eyes had transformed into excitement. Notify the Grand Elder. One of the old men behind him nodded and vanished on the spot. The man in a luxurious robe was slightly stunned. He glanced at a Nanjing while a trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, an old man in a linen robe appeared here. The man in a luxurious robe quickly bowed respectfully. Grand Elder. The old man in a linen robe nodded slightly, and then he gazed at a Nanjing. A wisp of surprise appeared in his eyes when he laid eyes on her, but it didn't take long for the surprise to transform into shock, and then the shock in his eyes transformed into a solemn gaze. And Nanjing ignored everyone and just walked over to the stone tablet, and then she just stared at it without blinking. 15 minutes passed. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. And Nanjing was still staring at it. Meanwhile, only Yang Yi, Lu Ligay, and the members of the Wu clan remained here. Everyone else had been forced to leave. Lu Ligay suddenly asked Yang Yi, "Who is she?" Yang Yi glanced at a Nanjing and replied, "A loved one." Lu Ligay nodded slightly. "She's quite extraordinary." "Of course." Yang Yi nodded. Actually, even he didn't know how strong a Nanjing really was, because he had never seen her fight with her life on the line. However, he knew that she was definitely not weak, especially after she fully absorbed the martial god's inheritance. Lu Ligay asked, "How much longer is she going to just stand there?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." "Why?" Lu Ligay was about to say something when a Nanjing's figure suddenly moved. She flipped her palm and Sky Split appeared in her grasp, and then she waved it lightly. In an instant, another character appeared on the stone tablet. Now, there were 2 characters on the stone tablet. The martial Tao. Everyone here was stunned and didn't understand why she'd done that. Crack. Suddenly, a clear and resounding crack arose, and then the stone tablet cracked open. A ray of white light flashed out from within it, and then it dispersed to reveal an ethereal figure. The ethereal figure seemed to be around the age of 30, yet his hair was snow white. He wore a luxurious robe and kept his hands behind his back, and his eyes were deep like the boundless starry sky. As he stood there, he made others feel like they were facing the universe, and it made them feel tiny like specks of dust. The expressions of the Wu clan's members changed drastically when they saw the figure, and then all of them knelt down in unison. Ancestor. Ancestor. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he sized up the middle-aged man. He's the martial ancestor, Wu Mu? Lu Ligay's eyes were opened wide as well, and they were filled with disbelief. Obviously, he hadn't expected to meet that legendary figure from all those years ago. Even though it was just a strand of the martial ancestor's soul or spirit, it was still that legendary figure. Wu Mu didn't even spare a glance at the members of the Wu clan. His gaze immediately fell onto Nanjing, and the latter met his gaze without showing any signs of fear. Wu Mu gazed at Nanjing for a long time, and then he nodded. The descendants of my Wu clan are inferior to you. The Grand Elder and the other members of the Wu clan had quite unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard this, but they didn't even dare to raise their heads. In their hearts, Wu Mu was like a god to them. Meanwhile, Wu Mu continued, the martial Tao. I presume you've understood the meaning behind the stone tablet I left behind. He paused for a moment and continued, from this moment onward, she's my successor. All restricted areas, cultivation techniques, knowledge, and resources of the Wu clan are open to her. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked a thick book over to Nanjing, a collection of my cultivation experience in the past. It should be useful to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure started to disperse. Nanjing glanced at the book, and then she bowed slightly to the vanishing figure of Wu Mu. Thank you. The Grand Elder and the others glanced at Nanjing, and then their gazes stopped at the book in her grasp. Yang Yi noticed that there was a trace of fervor in their eyes when they gazed at that book. Besides that, there was even a trace of greed. The experiences of the martial ancestor during the time he cultivated. It was a divine treasure to people like them who pursued the martial Tao. It could be said that if news of its existence were to spread, then countless experts would come to fight for it. Not to mention others, even the members of the Wu clan who were standing here right now had such intentions. Nanjing glanced at the book, and then she gazed at the Grand Elder. I want to take what belongs to the Wu clan. They'll return it once I've finished reading through it. The members of the Wu clan were stunned when they heard her, and then they felt overjoyed. As for the Grand Elder, he shook his head and said, Young miss, you're our ancestor's successor. Since our ancestor gave it to you, then it belongs to you. He paused for a moment and continued, but I do have a request. I hope you'll allow me to make a copy, all right? Nanjing glanced at the book and nodded. Okay. The Grand Elder was visibly relieved. Thank you. He paused for a moment and continued. Young miss, I'm sure you heard our ancestor. Our patriarch is in closed-door cultivation right now, but I can guarantee that my Wu clan will do everything as our ancestor just said. From this moment onward, my Wu clan will stand behind you, and will be your greatest support. And Nanjing was stunned. She thought for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she wanted to enter the Wu clan and learn its techniques. After all, the civilization here was of a much higher level than Sky Continent. It was a fortuitous encounter for Nanjing, so Yang Yi would naturally not oppose it. He immediately nodded to display his agreement. Nanjing turned to look at the Grand Elder once she gained Yang Yi's approval, all right? Even though she hoped to learn the techniques of the Wu clan, she wouldn't hesitate to refuse if Yang Yi didn't agree to it, because Yang Yi was the most important to her. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at an old man behind him. Lead her to the training hall. Remember that she possesses the highest level of authority. Yang Yi suddenly asked, can I go with her? He wasn't joking, and he really wanted to go. The techniques of the Wu clan were definitely extremely formidable, and there were definitely some that were even stronger than his heaven obliteration and Sword of Rebirth. Lu Ligay quickly added, I'd like to go too. The Grand Elder glanced at them, and then he gazed at Nanjing. Please follow him. Yang Yi was speechless. Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and said, they'll go have a look. Tell me when you're leaving. As soon as she finished speaking, she left with the old man. Once Nanjing left, the Grand Elder glanced at Lu Ligay. Can you give us some privacy? Lu Ligay was about to speak when the Grand Elder suddenly waved his right hand, and then Lu Ligay vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was stunned. The Grand Elder gazed at Yang Yi, sized him up, and asked, "You're from the Yang clan?" Yang Yi nodded. The Grand Elder pondered deeply for a moment and continued, "To be honest, I have a bad impression of the Yang clan's members." Yang Yi glanced at the Grand Elder. "He isn't thinking about attacking me, right?" "But," the Grand Elder continued, "my Wu clan promised to allow it to be taken by the one destined for it. It's a sword, a matchless divine sword. In the hands of a sword cultivator, it's like adding wings to a tiger. However, if you take it, then you must shoulder some things. Are you willing to do that?" Yang Yi spoke vigilantly. "What things?" The Grand Elder fell silent for a long time before he asked, "Do you really want to know?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." The Grand Elder looked him in the eye for a long time, and then said, "I refuse to tell you." Chapter 1628, The Rebirth Fruit. He refuses to tell me? Yang Yi was quite stunned by this. Yang Yi was about to speak when the Grand Elder spoke abruptly. "The owner of that sword had quite a special identity. Since you've inherited his sword, you'll have to inherit his responsibility. As for what that responsibility is, you don't need to know right now. You'll naturally find out once you've truly gained that sword's acknowledgement." Nothing in this world was free. Yang Yi naturally understood that. So, he pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Is taking this sword a good thing or a bad thing for me?" "It's good and bad." The Grand Elder explained. "Once you obtain its acknowledgement, you'll obtain the acknowledgement of a mysterious power. However, it's a bad thing too, because you'll inherit some responsibilities." He paused for a moment and continued, "The last owner of this sword is dead. He died for that responsibility." Yang Yi asked, "Was the last owner strong?" The Grand Elder nodded. "Very strong. An existence that surpasses the Zenith realm." Yang Yi felt speechless. The Grand Elder asked, "Do you still want it?" Yang Yi replied, "Your Wu clan knew that this sword was within it, but you didn't take it. Is it because you're afraid?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "Countless disciples of my Wu clan want it. However, you should be very well aware that it's not always the person that chooses the sword, and it's the sword that chooses a person. That sword has chosen you." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand." The Grand Elder asked, "So, do you want it?" "Of course." Yang Yi smiled. "Of course I do. I do believe in fate and destiny on many occasions. Since I met it, and it chose me, then I believe it's fate. Of course, most importantly, it's able to improve my combat strength." What did Yang Yi need the most right now? Strength. Along with the improvement in his laws of darkness and the merge between his sword intent and slaughter intent. While he could kill Zenith realm experts now, it was far from sufficient to face the Yang clan. He had to grow even stronger. The Grand Elder gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You're not a subordinate of Yang Yin. If I'm not wrong, you're one of the young masters of the Yang clan, right?" Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "You wouldn't expose me, right?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "I won't interfere in your Yang clan's business." He paused for a moment and continued, "What is she to you?" Yang Yi replied, "My wife." He would naturally not say that in Nanjing was a friend. The Wu clan attached great importance to her, and it was obvious that the entire Wu clan would do all it could to foster her. As far as these clans were concerned, it was best to foster one of their own. Wasn't it simple to make someone become one of their own? The simplest method was to make a Nanjing marry into the Wu clan. Yang Yi could sense that the old man standing before him had such thoughts. So, he had to put an end to them. He didn't want something absurd like being forced to stop a marriage from happening again. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "Understood. How about I do this? Once the Patriarch emerges from the Patriarch's closed-door cultivation, he'll tell the Patriarch to adopt her. Is that all right?" Yang Yi quickly asked, "Is your Patriarch strong?" The Grand Elder spoke indifferently. "One of the strongest in the medium universe of Milky Way system." "One of the strongest?" Yang Yi hurriedly replied, "Of course it's not a problem. If a Nanjing had such powerful backing, then she would be able to move unhindered through the medium universe of Milky Way system." The Grand Elder added, "The fight for succession in your Yang clan is about to begin. However, both of you are still too weak. So, I hope she can stay in my Wu clan for now. If she wants to help you when the time comes, my Wu clan will absolutely not stop her. Yang Yi glanced at the Grand Elder, old man. It suddenly feels like your Wu clan is really understanding and reasonable. The Grand Elder smiled. It's a good thing for you, right? He flicked a black fruit over to Yang Yi as he spoke. The rebirth fruit. It should be helpful to you. Yang Yi didn't take it and asked instead, why? The Wu clan's attitude towards him had suddenly become so favorable. It wasn't just being understanding and reasonable, they even gave him a rebirth fruit. It was slightly unusual. The Grand Elder smiled. It's a display of goodwill from my Wu clan. As for the reason, why make a fuss about that, right? Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he said, can I get 2 more? The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. Of course. He flicked 2 more fruits to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took all 3 fruits, and then he cupped his fist to the Grand Elder. Thank you. The Grand Elder nodded and said, charge into the rebirth realm in my Wu clan. It's safer. Yang Yi cupped his fist again. Thank you. The rebirth realm wasn't like the dualism realm. It required one to send one's mind and soul into the world of reincarnation. The main body would be in extreme danger under such circumstances. Now that the Wu clan was willing to provide him with a place to advance, it was naturally an extremely good thing for him. The Grand Elder turned to look at the man in a luxurious robe from before. Wu Ming, take him to the training hall. Don't let anyone disturb him. The man called Wu Ming nodded and gazed at Yang Yi. Please come with me. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he turned around and vanished into the distance with Wu Ming. Once Yang Yi left, an old man behind the Grand Elder asked, Grand Elder, why were you so nice to him? The Grand Elder gazed towards the direction Yang Yi had left towards, and he just gazed at it for a long time before he said, do you know what our ancestor told me before he left? Our ancestor told me to draw him over to our side. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and continued, I'm sure you're aware how difficult it is to make our ancestor think highly of someone. All the geniuses of our Wu clan, and even Wu Ming's who's half a step away from the Zenith realm weren't satisfactory to him. However, he thinks highly of that young master of the Yang clan, who's only at the dualism realm. The old man behind the Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Why? I didn't notice anything extraordinary about him. He isn't just extraordinary. The Grand Elder continued. Actually, even if our ancestor didn't say anything, I would have tried to draw him over to our side. How could someone capable of obtaining that divine sword's acknowledgement be ordinary? Go investigate which young master of the Yang clan is a sword cultivator. Besides that, give my order that the disciples of our Wu clan are prohibited from participating in the Yang clan's fight for succession. As for those who've chosen sides, tell them to get back here immediately. The old man nodded, and then he turned around and left. The Grand Elder looked off into the distance and spoke softly. The Yang clan's fight for succession is getting quite interesting this time. Yang Yi didn't go straight to the training hall. He asked Wu Ming to lead him to Lu Ligay instead. Lu Ligay asked when he saw Yang Yi, are you all right? Yang Yi shook his head, and then he flicked a rebirth fruit to Lu Ligay. This is yours. Lu Ligay was slightly stunned, and then he flicked it back to Yang Yi. The Wu clan gave it to you? Yang Yi shook his head. The Wu clan gave me 3. Lu Ligay was astounded. They're being that nice to you? Yang Yi shrugged. Anyway, are you going to leave or go with me to the Wu clan and attempt to advance into the rebirth realm? Lu Ligay thought for a moment and replied, I have to head home and make some preparations before I do that. Yang Yi nodded. All right. Farewell then. Right. Lu Ligay suddenly said, I don't know your name yet. Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Yang Yi. Lu Ligay was slightly stunned and said, why have I never heard that name? Just wait. It won't be long before my name spreads throughout Milky Way system. Yang Yi's voice came from afar. Wu Ming led Yang Yi into the martial dimension. Actually, the martial dimension wasn't very huge, and it was around the same size as Martial Origin City. Even though it wasn't huge, it was the place filled with the most experts throughout Martial Origin System, and it was the safest place in Martial Origin System. It was where the Wu clan's disciples resided, and it was the center of the Wu clan. So, if Yang Yi advanced into the rebirth realm here, He could be considered to be absolutely safe unless 3 or more of the 8 clans joined forces and attacked. However, it was clearly impossible. The training hall. Wu Ming brought Yang Yi to a pavilion, and then he said, "No one will disturb you during this period." Right. The Grand Elder asked me to remind you that the Yang clan's fight for succession is starting in a month. Charging into the rebirth realm. Yang Yi nodded. "It's fine. They'll make it." Wu Ming's eyelids twitched. "Do you know how long it took me to advance into the rebirth realm?" Yang Yi shook his head. 3 years. Wu Ming continued. An entire 3 years. Moreover, I failed in the end. If it wasn't for our Grand Elder, I would be dead. What I'm trying to say is that the rebirth realm isn't that simple. So, it's best if you think it through. Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." Wu Ming nodded slightly. "Don't worry. Even if you fail, you won't be trapped within it. The Grand Elder will help." "All right, good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Once Wu Ming left, Yang Yi entered the pavilion. As soon as he passed through the doorway, the scene before his eyes changed. It didn't take long for him to arrive in an empty space. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, sat down cross-legged, and then he vanished on the spot. Even though he had quite a good impression of the Wu clan, he still took preventative measures. It was those blood puppets. During this period that he would be cultivating within the primordial pagoda, the blood puppets would immediately defend him if someone tried to attack him. One always had to take precautions against others. In the 3rd level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, and he held the rebirth fruit. He gazed at it for a long time, and then he took a deep breath. Rebirth. "Little sky, wait for me." Yang Yin, Yang Danqing. "Both of you wait too." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi swallowed the rebirth fruit. Chapter 1629. Where's the Earth Spirit? Rebirth. It represented the rebirth of the mental state. A person was like a piece of iron, and it had to be tempered thousands of times to become extraordinary. The heart was the core of a person. A rise in the mental state would allow one to undergo a transformation from inside out, a qualitative transformation. The difference between the dualism and rebirth realms was in one's mental state. The only method to improve one's mental state was via experience. Experiencing life. Simply speaking, it was the fortification of the Tao heart. Everyone had their own Tao heart, but as time passed, it would silently undergo changes. It was like how many wanted to be sword cultivators in the beginning, but as they grew, they may not want to be sword cultivators anymore, and they may become saber cultivators instead. Stay true to the heart and strengthen it. That was the rebirth realm. The reason many failed to advance into the rebirth realm was because they couldn't stay true to their hearts. Their hearts had been shaken, and it represented that their beliefs had collapsed. The blow something like that struck against a person was absolutely crushing. It was like after raising a child for 20 years, a man is told by his wife that the child isn't his. At this moment, Yang Yi had entered the cycle of reincarnation. The world of rebirth had worldly experiences, emotions, all sorts of temptation, all manners of death and eternal farewells. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was nothing to him, because he possessed the enlightened sword heart. No matter what he encountered, his heart was completely clear, and his beliefs weren't shaken at all. Just like that, time trickled by. 2 days later, Milky Way system, Yanqing continent. Yanqing continent was a subordinate world of the Yang clan, and it was the Yang clan's second young master Yang Yan's territory. It could be said to be the continent given to Yang Yan to manage and rule over. Yanqing City. A man in a green robe suddenly arrived before the gates of Yanqing City, and there were 3 old men behind him. The man gazed at the city walls for a long time, and then he suddenly slapped his palm forward. The space before him immediately started to ripple. Bang! The huge city walls of Yanqing City instantly crumbled. Dust and dirt surged up into the air, and it covered the entire city for some time. How presumptuous! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from within the city, and then a huge palm capable of holding up the sky pressed down from above the green-robed man's group. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet started to collapse. The man's expression remained calm, and he just raised his hand and slapped it upwards. Bang! The huge palm exploded in midair, and then the green-robed man took a step forward and slammed his fist forward. Boom! A huge area of the ground before him cracked open. Besides that, the city before him had been split into two. How dare you! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, and then numerous powerful auras flashed out from the city. It didn't take long for three old men to appear before the green-robed man's group. Their expressions changed when they saw the green-robed man's appearance. The black-robed old man who led the ground spoke in a low voice, "Seventh young master, what's the meaning of this?" The green-robed man was the Yang clan's seventh young master, Yang Xing. Yang Xing glanced indifferently at the old man. "Cut the crap and tell your master to come here." The old man spoke in a low voice, "Seventh young master, our young master isn't here. May I know why you're here?" He isn't here?" Yang Xing laughed coldly, and then he took a step forward before smashing his fist forward again. Bang! Yanqing City was instantly thrown into chaos. The city shook like an earthquake was quaking through it, and countless shrill cries resounded from within while innumerable people fled madly out of the city. The black-robed old man's face turned cold. "Seventh young master, this is second young master's territory, not yours. You." Suddenly, Yang Xing slammed his fist forward. Bang! Over 2/3 of the city was instantly obliterated. His punch was that powerful. The black-robed old man's face turned cold, and a wisp of ghastly coldness flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Xing suddenly gazed at the old man. "What? You want to kill me?" The black-robed old man stared at Yang Xing and replied, "I dare not." Yang Xing laughed coldly. "He'll count to 3. If your master still refuses to show himself, then he'll destroy his territory. 1. The black-robed old man's fists were slowly clenched together. "Seventh young master, I have orders to protect this world. If you attack, then I may have to raise my hand against someone who's my superior." "You." A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. The black-robed old man's expression had immediately changed when Yang Xing's figure vanished. Bang! A moment later, the black-robed old man was blasted almost 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from his mouth. Moreover, if one looked carefully, one would notice that his body had actually cracked open. 2. Meanwhile, Yang Xing suddenly spoke again. "If your master refuses to show himself, then you can vanish with this continent." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, a voice suddenly resounded. "Seventh brother, have you taken the wrong medicine? Why are you acting like this?" Yang Xing looked towards the distance. A woman in a green dress had suddenly appeared there. She seemed to be a little over 20 years of age. She had a slender figure, a beautiful appearance, yet oppressive coldness on her face. She was the Yang clan's third young miss, Yang Danqing. Yang Xing spoke indifferently. "Where's Yang Yin?" Yang Danqing walked over to Yang Xing. "It doesn't make a difference if you tell him or me." A strange yet icy cold smile curled up on her lips as she finished speaking, and then she continued, "Seventh brother, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then perhaps you may not be able to leave Yanqing continent today." Yang Xing laughed coldly. "Third sister, allow me to be frank. You don't have the ability to do that." Yang Danqing suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, 5 old men appeared behind her. 5 Zenith Realm experts. Yang Danqing chuckled. "Of course, I know how strong you are. Not to mention 5 Zenith Realm experts, even 5 more will definitely be unable to kill you. However, what about those whores standing behind you right now? Can they escape?" Yang Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why don't we give it a try?" "Of course." Yang Danqing continued. "However, I want to figure out something before that. Seventh brother, there's no enmity between us, but you've suddenly come here and slaughtered this city. I really want to know why." "Why?" Yang Xing's face was suddenly covered in ferocity. "Yang Danqing, do you still intend to keep on acting?" He waved his right hand, and then 2 heads shot over to Yang Danqing. "Don't tell me that they aren't your subordinates." Yang Danqing's face fell when she saw those heads. "Yang Xing, What's the meaning of this? You're asking me? Yang Xing spoke coldly. Yang Danqing, even though we've all become enemies because of the fight for succession, I've never offended both of you. But what about you? You actually waited to launch a surprise attack and reap the benefits of my hard work. Allow me to tell you that if Yang Yin doesn't return what belongs to me, then I'm going to kill him before the competition. Yang Danqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Xing, we did send these too, but we only sent them to investigate and not to do anything. I believe that based on their strength, they aren't able to do anything to you, right? How laughable. Yang Xing continued. Yang Danqing, are you still going to continue acting? All I want to know is if you're going to return what belongs to me. Yang Danqing replied, let me repeat myself one last time. We don't have anything that belongs to you. Besides that, allow me to give you a word of warning. Don't be used by someone else. So you refuse, huh? Yang Xing nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time that he vanished, Yang Danqing's figure vanished as well. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and it caused the space in a huge area to ripple. Boom! Another explosion resounded, and then both Yang Xing and Yang Danqing were each pushed almost 10 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, Yang Xing intended to attack again. However, a voice suddenly came from the sky. The competition hasn't begun. Leave. The corners of Yang Xing's eyes twitched when he heard this. He shot a glance up into the sky, and then he gazed at Yang Danqing. Just wait. They'll kill both of you first when the competition begins. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky with the other 3 old men who'd come with him. Yang Danqing's beautiful brows were pressed tightly together. Meanwhile, one of the old men behind her said, Young miss, someone might be framing us. Yang Danqing ordered, investigate it. The old man nodded and left. Around an hour later, the old man appeared behind Yang Danqing. Young miss, we really have been framed. As he spoke, he passed a scroll over to her. Yang Danqing took the scroll, glanced at its contents, and then her gaze instantly became cold. A moment later, she pressed down forcefully. Boom! The scroll exploded apart and was obliterated. The desire to kill flickered in her eyes as she said, Lu Ligay, a black-robed figure, the Wu clan. Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky, and then a gray-robed man appeared not too far away from Yang Danqing. Yang Danqing frowned slightly. Wang Yin. It was one of the Wang clan's young masters, Wang Yin. The gray-robed man called Wang Yin gazed at Yang Danqing, and then he asked, Where's the earth spirit? 1. It's the combination of Yang Yin and Yang Danqing. Chapter 1630, the 4th level. Yang Danqing spoke in a low voice. Wang Yin, what are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? Wang Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Danqing, that older brother of yours came to my Wang clan's territory, stole the earth spirit that my Wang clan was nurturing, and even said that I should come to the Yang clan to look for him if I can. Now, I'm here. Yet you're trying to ask me what I'm doing here? Yang Danqing spoke in a low voice. Wang Yin, someone is framing me and my brother. Don't let yourself be used by them. Used? Wang Yin laughed coldly. What? Both of you dare to do it yet dare not admit it? Cut the crap. Tell Yang Yin to get out here. I've always wanted to experience the strength of the young masters of your Yang clan, so allow me to get my wish today. All right? Yang Danqing replied. Wang Yin, don't you think there's something strange about this? If we really wanted to take your earth spirit, why would we tell you that we did it? Moreover, the fight for succession is about to begin, so why would my brother go make enemies for no reason? Only your brother knows the answer to that. Wang Yin spoke fiercely. Yang Danqing, your second brother didn't just steal my Wang clan's earth spirit. He even killed numerous Zenith realm experts of ours. Trust me, not to mention a young master of the Yang clan. Even if your second brother was the Yang clan's successor, my Wang clan would still intend to get even with him. Yang Danqing was livid. Wang Yin, we aren't afraid of you. Someone is really framing my brother and I. Give me some time, and I'll catch that person myself. I believe that you don't want to be used as well, right? All right. Wang Yin continued, they'll give you time. However, allow me to be frank in advance. If you don't give me an explanation, then, humph. I had no intention to interfere in the Yang clan's competition for the position of successor. However, don't blame me for what I do if you don't give me an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the sky. Yang Danking's face was terrifyingly gloomy. After all, it was the first time in her life that Shed felt so aggrieved. She remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then she spoke coldly, "Give my order for Yang Shan and Yang Shi to make a trip to the Wu clan." "No, they'll go with them. Let me see who dares to entrap us like this." In the primordial pagoda, time flowed swiftly while cultivating. Over 5 months had passed since Yang Yi entered the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, merely half a month had passed in the outside world. During this period, Yang Yi seemed like had been transformed into stone. His outer appearance hadn't changed at all, and his aura had even vanished. He seemed like he didn't exist here. Xiao Yushi, Zir, and Snowy were standing not too far away from Yang Yi. After they found out he was going to charge into the rebirth realm, they had started to guard him. It would be a lie to say that they weren't worried. After all, the slightest mistake might cause Yang Yi to never awaken again. Snowy pointed at Yang Yi while resting in Zir's arms, and then she looked up at Zir while a questioning gaze filled her eyes. Zir rubbed Snowy's head gently and spoke softly. "Don't worry, he'll wake up soon." Snowy nodded, and then she started to wave her claws about. It seemed like she was saying something. Zir shook her head slightly. "We can't disturb him for now. You can make him play with you after he wakes up, all right?" Snowy blinked. She was about to wave her claws again when she suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi. She wasn't the only one. At this moment, Zir and Xiao Yushi had turned to look at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi's eyelids trembled slightly under their gazes, and then they gradually opened. There was a trace of age in the calm gaze within Yang Yi's eyes. Swish! Snowy immediately transformed into a ray of white light that shot over to Yang Yi, and then she wrapped her claws tightly around Yang Yi's neck while ceaselessly rubbing her head against his chin. Yang Yi looked down at Snowy, and his eyes were extremely calm. However, it didn't take long for ripples to appear in the calmness of his eyes, and then his gaze gradually became gentle. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi and Zir and grinned. "It's good to be back." They walked over to Yang Yi. Xiao Yushi grabbed Yang Yi's hand and spoke softly. "All that matters is that you're conscious again." Yang Yi hugged both Xiao Yushi and Zir, and then he spoke softly. "It's very good." During this period, had experienced too much in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if he had the enlightened sword heart and constantly stayed true to his heart, his mental state had still undergone many changes. This time, had really experienced the passage of time and life. Xiao Yushi asked softly, "Are you at the rebirth realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "I am." Actually, there wasn't a huge difference between the rebirth realm and dualism realm. The only difference was that one's mental state had undergone a transformation upon attaining the rebirth realm. Besides that, one had another new form of energy, rebirth energy. The dualism realm had the energy of yin and yang, and the rebirth realm had rebirth energy. However, rebirth energy wasn't very useful to Yang Yi, just like the energy of yin and yang, because his slaughter intent and sword intent had surpassed rebirth energy. That was why he rarely utilized the energy of yin and yang upon attaining the dualism realm, and it was also why he could surmount his realm of cultivation to do battle. Of course, once he attained the rebirth realm, his overall strength had improved tremendously. It could be said that even if he didn't use his sword, he could fight Zenith realm experts, and once he did use his sword, then he was confident in his ability to kill Zenith realm experts even without using the laws of darkness. If he launched a surprise attack and took his opponent by surprise, then ordinary Zenith realm experts would probably be unable to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. Confidence. After he attained the rebirth realm, Yang Yi was filled with unprecedented confidence. Of course, he wouldn't allow himself to become conceited. After all, he was in Milky Way system, and it was filled with countless monstrous geniuses. Experts who could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle could be found throughout Milky Way system, so conceit would be no different than signing his own death wish. Not to mention anyone else, Just the two blood puppets in his possession were existences that he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat, even in a one-on-one battle. Or it should be said that he only had a 30% chance to win against any one of them. However, he did have the ability to fight them. Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda immediately. He stayed with Xiao Yushi and the others and spent time with them for 2 days. Even though cultivating and becoming strong was important, his family was even more important. He didn't want himself to overlook his family because of other things. On the 3rd day, Yang Yi went to the tuned level. Yang Yi stood silently by Xiao Qi's bedside. Xiao Qi might have been able to regain consciousness with Little Sky's help. Yet now, Little Sky had been captured. Suddenly, Xiao Qi's finger trembled slightly. Yang Yi was stunned by the sight of this, and then he was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed her hand and spoke softly, "Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi?" However, he received no response. Yang Yi called out to her a few more times. However, she still didn't respond, and it made the smile on Yang Yi's face vanish slowly. Around an hour later, Xiao Qi still didn't show any further signs of movement or waking up. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he said, "Xiao Qi, I don't know if you can hear me. I want to tell you that we're at Milky Way system. They'll be waiting for you to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the pill furnace. A flame was still burning within it, and it was the divining flame. Disappointment flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at it because it still hadn't regained consciousness. Yang Yi shook his head and turned around. He was just about to walk out of the room when a voice suddenly resounded. "We're in Milky Way system?" Yang Yi immediately stopped when he heard the voice, and then he turned around and gazed at the pill furnace. "You're awake?" It was the divining flame's voice. The divining flame replied, "I just woke up a while ago." Yang Yi said, "I'm sorry." He was the reason why it had been in deep sleep, so Head felt guilty about it. The divining flame said, "There's no need for that. If it wasn't for you, I would probably still be in deep sleep. Or to be more precise, I have to thank you." Yang Yi asked, "You were in deep sleep?"
Yes.
The divining flame continued, "Actually, I was sealed. Even though I'm still sealed right now, it's different now. In the past, even my consciousness was sealed. But after you gained access to this level, it indirectly unsealed my consciousness." So that's what it meant. Yang Yi nodded and said, "No matter what, thank you for helping me that day. Right? How do I release you from here?" The divining flame replied, "You still can't." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Am I not the master of this pagoda?" "Not yet." The divining flame continued, "You are too weak, so you can't truly take control of it. Once you've done that, you'll be able to release me." "I'm still too weak." Yang Yi had quite a weird expression on his face. Meanwhile, the divining flame added, "Actually, you're not very weak. You are on the verge of coming into contact with the realm of the Tao." Yang Yi was puzzled. "The Tao? What do you mean?" The divining flame replied, "You'll find out soon." Yang Yi nodded, and he didn't pursue an answer. He seemed to have thought about something else instead and asked, "Right, when can I access the next level?" Head wanted to access the 4th level for a long time. However, there had been no sign of it becoming accessible to him, and it made him feel quite depressed. After all, he benefited tremendously from every single level of the pagoda. Moreover, he wanted to know what was in there. The divining flame replied, "The next level?" Yang Yi answered, "Yes. You can access it right now." The divining flame continued, "Don't you know that?" Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 1631, The Number 1 War God Through the Ages. Yang Yi gulped, "I can right now?" "Yes." The divining flame said, "Actually, there are no restrictions to enter the other levels in the pagoda. It's probably it that intentionally made those levels inaccessible to you." Yang Yi naturally understood who the adhere was, so he asked, "Why?" The divining flame answered, "Because your strength is insufficient. The pagoda contains many things that aren't from this world. They exceed the scope of this world, and they exceed the understanding of this world as well. You can't take control or master them without sufficient strength. Just like me. If your body hadn't grown strong to a certain extent, then you would definitely be obliterated from forcefully utilizing my strength. The divining flame paused for a moment and continued, understand? It isn't restricting you but protecting you. It's protecting me. Yang Yi fell silent. He didn't doubt the divining flame. Even though the primordial pagoda had never conversed with him, he couldn't deny that it had been always helping him. Meanwhile, the divining flame continued. It chose you as its master because it has no other choice. But now that it has happened, and you even obtained that person's acknowledgement, it will only help you and never harm you. However, you have to work hard on growing stronger, because your current strength isn't sufficient to truly take control of it, and you can't help it as well. Yang Yi was puzzled. Help it? What do you mean? The divining flame fell silent for a long time before it said, it was heavily injured when Shaoqi stole it. So, it has no choice but to attach itself to you and rely on you to recover. I'm sure you've noticed that it's growing stronger as you do, right? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed, the primordial pagoda was just a tiny vortex in the beginning. Yet now, it could even suppress Zenith Realm experts. After all, those two blood puppets far surpassed ordinary Zenith Realm experts, but they'd been completely suppressed by the primordial pagoda. The divining flame said, didn't you want to access the next level? Close your eyes and sense it now. Sense it carefully. Yang Yi nodded, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Around 5 breaths of time later, he opened them slowly. I found it. His figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. A breath of time later, Yang Yi appeared before a door, and there was a violet gold talisman stuck on the door. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he stretched his hand towards it. However, the talisman suddenly floated off the door and stopped in front of Yang Yi. Creak. The door before him creaked open slowly. Yang Yi didn't go in. He just gazed at the golden talisman in his grasp instead. Suddenly, an evil aura surged out from within. Yang Yi's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly put the talisman away and slammed his right fist forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted almost 10 kilometers away, and a wisp of blood immediately seeped out from the corner of his mouth once he stopped his figure. Yang Yi wiped off the blood and looked up at the door. There was only pitch-black darkness, and he couldn't see anything behind the door. Is someone in there? Or perhaps a demon beast? Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then his figure flashed and appeared before the pill furnace on the tuned level. He asked, what is in there? He naturally intended to be cautious. What a joke. Just its aura had injured him, so could it possibly be anything ordinary? The divining flame fell silent for a long time before it replied. An arm. An arm? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, are you sure? The divining flame replied, I am. Yang Yi's face became quite unsightly, because had been injured by just an arm. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he asked in a low voice, whose arm? A fellow who was called the War God. The divining flame continued, actually, he wasn't just called a war god, he was the war god. A true war god. The number 1 war god through the ages. Yang Yi asked, then what's his arm doing here? The divining flame replied, he's dead, that's why. Yang Yi glanced at the divining flame and asked, even the war god can die? The divining flame replied, the war god isn't invincible. Moreover, he died in battle. Actually, if he intended to flee, then very few in that world of ours would have been able to kill him. However, he didn't flee and fought until he took his last breath. Yang Yi asked, what's his arm doing here? The divining flame replied, Master obtained it by chance. Master had intended to refine it into medicinal pills, but some things occurred before he even began. In the end, the primordial pagoda was stolen by Shaoqi, its master. Yang Yi glanced at the divining flame. Obviously, the master that the divining flame spoke of was the old man in Taoist robes. Meanwhile, the divining flame suddenly added, do you know why I once told you to come to me after you accessed the 4th level? Yang Yi asked, why? The divining flame answered, because you'll only be able to endure my strength after putting that arm on, and you'll be able to take me out of here. After I put that arm on? Yang Yi continued, are you sure I can? Are you sure that there won't be any problems? The divining flame replied, there shouldn't be any serious problems. Because the war god's soul vanished a long time ago. There is no soul within that arm, and only some undying will remains within it. If you can inherit that will, then it'll be absolutely beneficial to you. Yang Yi asked, is it powerful? Very powerful. The divining flame spoke in a low voice. You're experienced my strength. If you can use that arm, then you'll be able to fully endure my strength. So, do you think it's powerful now? Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, the divining flame spoke abruptly. Where are you going? To change my arm. Yang Yi spoke excitedly. Once I change my arm, it'll attack the Yang clan. Why would I even need to participate in that fight for the position of successor? The divining flame spoke indifferently. Go on if you want to die. Yang Yi's face froze. What do you mean? The divining flame replied, your body is still a little too weak. If you try to put that arm on, then it's very likely that your body won't be able to endure its strength. So, you must wait for your body to grow stronger before doing that. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded because he did feel that his body was quite weak. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, right, if I want to put that arm on, does it represent that I'll have to chop off my own arm? No. The divining flame explained, Master has refined that arm, so only its blood and bones remain. Thus, you just have to change the blood and bones within your arm. Anyway, it's very simple. You'll understand when the time comes. As for now, you shouldn't try yet. Even though your current body is barely able to endure its strength, it'll be very dangerous. If you fail to endure its strength, then you'll be finished. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, all right. Just as the divining flame had said, it was best to be safer. The divining flame suddenly said, right? Didn't you get a wooden sword? A wooden sword? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he recalled the wooden sword. I did. Why? The divining flame remained silent for a long time before it said, that sword isn't ordinary. Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard that. After all, if the divining flame called it extraordinary, then the sword was definitely a precious treasure. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Yi quickly bid farewell to the divining flame and went to the world in the once level. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He was about to look for the wooden sword when a ray of light suddenly flashed through the sky. Yang Yi looked up and saw a sword flying swiftly through the sky, and a little fellow was on the sword. It was none other than Snowy. Yang Yi was about to fly up there when the ray of light suddenly sped up. It grew faster and faster. In less than half a breath of time, the entire sky was actually filled with rays of light. There wasn't even a gap. It was caused by the extreme speed that the sword was traveling at. A solemn expression instantly covered Yang Yi's face, because he couldn't accomplish that. Or it should be said that his speed wasn't sufficient to accomplish that. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then a sword appeared before him. It was the wooden sword. Moreover, Snowy was standing on it while excitement covered her chubby face. Snowy waved at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was telling him to get on. Yang Yi grinned and was about to get on the sword. However, the wooden sword suddenly shook violently, and then a ray of light flashed. Boom! An explosion resounded while Yang Yi's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. At this moment, there was a very long gash on his chest. It was extremely deep and almost reached his internal organs. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he may have been sliced into 2. Yang Yi looked up at the wooden sword. Suddenly, it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he was about to flash away from there. However, the wooden sword suddenly stopped moving. It was because Snowy was holding tightly onto its hilt with both her claws. Meanwhile, Zir appeared by Yang Yi's side. She glanced at the injury on his chest and spoke softly, Are you all right? Yang Yi shook his head, and then he gazed at the wooden sword. What the heck is it doing? Zir shook her head and replied, I don't know. All I know is that it only lets Snowy touch it. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. At this moment, Snowy seemed to be saying something, and the sword gradually calmed down. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Snowy, move aside. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she blinked. Even though she didn't know what Yang Yi intended to do, she still shot over to Zier's shoulder. Yang Yi started walking slowly towards the wooden sword. A moment later, a wave of terrifying intent surged out from him, and it swept towards the wooden sword. Slaughter sword intent. He intended to use slaughter sword intent to suppress the sword. Meanwhile, the wooden sword shook slightly. Boom! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light flashed like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! Yang Yi watched with astonishment as his slaughter sword intent was split into two, and then the wooden sword arrived less than a meter away from him. Yang Yi was astounded. He issued a command in his heart, and a ray of blood-red light flashed as a blood puppet moved in front of him. Boom! Hiss! A moment later, two figures were blasted away like cannonballs. At the same time, a blood-red arm appeared in the sky, and then it slowly descended to the ground. Chapter 1632, A Nanjing Strength. The two figures were Yang Yi and the blood puppet, and the blood-red arm that flew off belonged to the blood puppet. Not only had Yang Yi been unable to stop that attack, even the blood puppet couldn't. It had even lost an arm. After it struck both Yang Yi and the blood puppet back, the wooden sword seemed to have no intention to stop. Light flickered on its tip, and it was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Snowy shuddered, and then she flew over to the back of the wooden sword and wrapped her claws tightly around its hilt. The wooden sword gradually calmed down upon being embraced by Snowy, but light was still flickering on its tip. Obviously, it was still angry. Yang Yi was quite stunned, very stunned actually, because he hadn't expected the wooden sword to be that terrifying. Is that really just a wooden sword? After all, the blood puppet's strength far surpassed ordinary Zenith Realm experts. However, even it hadn't been able to stop that attack. If Head resisted it on his own earlier, then he may have lost more than just an arm. Zier appeared by Yang Yi's side and spoke softly, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head and looked off into the distance. The wooden sword had practically fully calmed down, and the light on its tip had dispersed. Zier spoke softly, "There's something strange about that sword." Yang Yi nodded. Because it wasn't just strange, it was terrifying. Ordinary Zenith Realm experts were probably nothing before it. Just a sword was stronger than Zenith Realm experts. It sounded quite inconceivable indeed. So, now there was a problem. It was so strong, and it had such a hot temper. So, how would he make it usable to him? Rely on the primordial pagoda? The primordial pagoda could suppress it, but what about once he left the pagoda? Without the pagoda there to help him suppress it, and it suddenly attacked him, then he would probably be unable to defend himself. But would the wooden sword willingly allow him to use it? Yang Yi shook his head and rejected that thought. It had such a hot temper, so he could only dream of it willingly allowing him to use it. At the very least, there was no hope for now. Zier spoke softly, "What should we do now?" "What should we do?" Yang Yi looked off into the distance. The wooden sword had calmed down completely. His gaze gradually became solemn as he gazed at the wooden sword. Obviously, its origins were absolutely extraordinary. Moreover, the Wu clan's Grand Elder had said that he would have to shoulder some sort of responsibility if he took the wooden sword. Yang Yi hadn't really cared about that responsibility. Yet now, he knew that it was probably extremely troublesome and difficult to deal with. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he shook his head, and he stopped thinking about things that still hadn't occurred. He glanced at Snowy, who was flying around with the wooden sword again, and a wisp of regret flashed through his eyes. If he could use it, then killing Zenith Realm experts would be like cutting through vegetables for him. Unfortunately, it refused to let him even touch it. Actually, he was still confident in his ability to suppress it because he had the primordial pagoda and sword domain. However, he didn't really want to use force against it, because his sword was his most trusted companion in battle. If it suddenly turned on him in battle, then he would be finished. Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword for a long time, and then he said, "I'll be back. You won't dare to treat me like this when I come back." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. In the outside world, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. Outside the room, "You succeeded?" A voice resounded in his ears as soon as he left the room. He turned to look, and he saw an old man had suddenly appeared not too far away on his right, and it was the Wu clan's Grand Elder. Yang Yi nodded. "I have." The Grand Elder took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and shock flashed deep within his eyes. Less than half a month. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would absolutely not believe that someone could attain the rebirth realm in half a month. Because even the ancestor of the Wu clan, the martial ancestor Wu Mu, had used a month to accomplish that. But this young master of the Yang clan had actually used less than half a month. Half a month. The Grand Elder remained silent for a while, and his eyes drooped. A wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Even though the Wu clan wasn't enemies with the Yang clan, he didn't want the Yang clan to have such a peerless genius. Because that wasn't just disadvantageous to the other clans, it was disadvantageous to the Wu clan too. Because once the Wu clan became enemies with the Yang clan, and the Yang clan had such a genius, then Yang Yi would be a disaster for his Wu clan in the future. But it didn't take long for him to discard that intent to kill and gaze at Yang Yi with a smile on his face. "Congratulations?" He didn't ponder for long before choosing to draw Yang Yi over to his side. Because the price of attacking Yang Yi would be too huge. Firstly, the Yang clan would definitely not let the matter rest. Perhaps it wouldn't launch a full-scale war against the Wu clan, but it would slaughter the Wu clan's younger generation. Secondly, he knew that Nanjing was very close to this young master of the Yang clan. If he attacked Yang Yi, then even if Nanjing didn't attack the Wu clan, she would definitely become hostile towards it. In short, the harm outweighed the benefits of attacking Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the Grand Elder. "Thank you. Please take me to see my wife. She wants to see you too. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder vanished off into the distance. Yang Yi tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of black light that followed after the old man. The training grounds. It was where the disciples of the Wu clan sparred and competed. It was boundless, and the space here was even strengthened by a few dozen formations. Besides that, the mysterious energy of experts above the Zenith realm was strengthening the area. It could be said that even the full strength of a Zenith realm expert couldn't harm the space here. There were only two people here, Yang Yi and Nanjing. She asked, "You've attained the rebirth realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "What about you?" She replied, "Not yet, but it won't take long." Yang Yi was stunned, and Nanjing flipped her palm, and Sky Split appeared in her grasp. "Let's fight for real?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "All right." Had just advanced to the rebirth realm, so he wanted to spar with someone too, so that he could determine the extent of his strengths. It was the same for Nanjing. She had received the martial god's inheritance and studied the experiences of the Wu clan's martial ancestor. Now, her overall strength had improved tremendously, so she needed someone to spar with. And Nanjing was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly looked off into the distance. "Grand Elder, can you keep this a secret?" A moment of silence ensued, and then the Grand Elder's voice came from afar. "Don't worry, not another soul will hear about your spar." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Nanjing. "Am going to fight seriously?" She nodded slightly. "Me too." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at Yang Yi, and then a ray of golden light appeared abruptly in front of Yang Yi. "OM!" A sword howl shot up into the air, and then a ray of light slashed against the golden light. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then both the rays of light exploded apart. After that, a terrifying wave of energy instantly swept towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, a ray of light from a spear shot out from the left. Everywhere it passed, the wave of energy was torn open like paper. At the same time, a ray of sword energy shot over from the right, and the wave of energy before it was obliterated. Just like that, both of them collided in the most violent manner. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, it sounded like a thunderclap had erupted there. The ground and space there shook violently, and then both the attacks exploded into bits. As for the energy that erupted from the point of collision, it instantly transformed into waves that swept incessantly towards the surroundings. However, The waves of energy were obliterated by a layer of invisible force when they arrived in front of Yang Yi and in Nanjing. They exchanged glances, and then they vanished on the spot. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of metal colliding arose. Yang Yi and in Nanjing were just around a meter away from each other. Her spear was right in front of his face, but it had been stopped by his sword. A moment of silence ensued, and then in Nanjing suddenly released her spear and charged forward. She instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi before slamming her fist forward. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and he immediately swung his sword downwards. Right when he swung his sword, and Nanjing stretched out her left hand, grabbed Skysplit, and stabbed it forward. It shot straight for Yang Yi's face again. Yang Yi was shocked. His sword that was descending towards a Nanjing's fist was quickly changed into an angled flick. Clang! His sword stopped her spear, but a Nanjing's fist slammed against his chest. As soon as her fist came into contact with his chest, she unfurled it and struck him. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded as Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his chest had caved in. Yang Yi wiped off the blood and gazed at in Nanjing. Nice strategy. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of intent suddenly surged out from within him. Slaughter sword intent. And Nanjing nodded slightly. Let's fight with our true strength. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. In an instant, a strand of terrifying intent surged out from her. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw it. At the same time, a shocked voice resounded, 6 types of intents, 6 types of returnal rank intents, 6 types of returnal rank intents that are merged together. As the voice finished speaking, it actually started to tremble. Chapter 1633 Guess When You'll Die. 6 types of returnal rank intents. Yang Yi was stunned as well. After all, Nanjing's intent had been at the rebirth rank previously. Yet now, they'd advanced into the returnal rank. Moreover, all 6 of them had been merged together. My God! Yang Yi felt absolutely embarrassed right now. After all, he only possessed 2 types of intents, but in Nanjing possessed 6. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder appeared here, and he stared at in Nanjing without blinking. There was excitement, happiness, and a trace of regret in his eyes. He knew in Nanjing possessed 6 types of intents, but at that time, her intents were only at the rebirth rank. The rebirth rank and the returnal rank were 2 completely different things. At this moment, he finally understood why their ancestors said that the younger generation of the Wu clan couldn't compare to her. They couldn't. They really couldn't. It could be said that if a Nanjing came to the Wu clan 10 years earlier, no, just 3 years earlier, then there would definitely be a spot for her in the top 3 of the younger generation throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, and then an extremely amiable smile appeared on his face. Missin, according to my knowledge, your intents were only at the rebirth rank. Why are they at the returnal rank now? Yang Yi gazed at in Nanjing because he wanted to know the answer as well. And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment and replied, I gained comprehension upon looking through the Wu clan's ancestors' experiences, and so they improved. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The Grand Elder's expression was quite weird as well. She just looked through a compilation of experience and attained the returnal rank. Head looked through it as well. Even though Head comprehended many things, that was all Head gained. This was the difference between an extraordinary genius and an ordinary genius. Meanwhile, Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. Shall we continue? Yang Yi gazed at the Grand Elder. The latter nodded and vanished on the spot. Once the Grand Elder left, Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, she shook her hand slightly, and her spear shot forward like a bolt of golden lightning. Skysplit that was enhanced by 6 types of returnal rank intents. Everywhere it passed, space warned before it. Moreover, the space in a huge area around Skysplit was actually rippling incessantly, and the space right at the center of Skysplit's path was actually gradually cracking apart. A solemn expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. He didn't dare act carelessly and issued a command in his heart. His sword floated around 1 away from him to the side, while he slowly clenched his right fist. A moment later, he slammed it forward. Heaven obliteration. A wave of terrifying force that carried the intent to obliterate surged out from Yang Ye's fist. Bang! In an instant, rumbling that shook the sky surged and resounded through the entire training grounds. At this moment, the entire training grounds was shaking like an earthquake had occurred. Meanwhile, Nanjing had vanished on the spot, and she was behind Skysplit when her figure appeared again. After that, she tapped her left foot down and leaped up into the air before kicking Skysplit's handle with her right leg. Hiss! Skysplit instantly transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed forward. It was so swift that Yang Yi wasn't even able to react before it arrived in front of him, and the powerful force it carried caused the space around him to crack open. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He stretched out his hand, and his sword immediately flew back into his grasp. At the same time, an ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. He sheathed his sword and immediately drew it. Heavenrend. 10 overlapped Heavenrends. After he attained the rebirth realm, Yang Yi's Heavenrend had improved tremendously. He could overlap 10 Heavenrends now, but it was also his limit for now. Yang Yi didn't know how strong 10 overlapped Heavenrends were, and he really looked forward to finding out. He was about to find out right now. OM! A sword howl shot up into the sky, and then a ray of light flashed. Space cracked apart in the wake of Yang Yi's sword energy. The spear and sword energy slammed against each other. Clang! The spear shook violently, and then Nanjing and Yang Yi respectively appeared behind their spear and sword. However, Nanjing was slightly faster. She grabbed Skysplit and immediately stabbed it forward. So, when Yang Yi finally grabbed his sword, he had no choice but to raise it and block her attack. Clang! Yang Yi was blasted far away. Meanwhile, Nanjing tapped the tip of her foot down, and then numerous images of her appeared here. All of them were her afterimages, and the most terrifying part was that they seemed real. Meanwhile, Nanjing's body had appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then Skysplit swept towards him from left to right. This time, Yang Yi didn't try to block it, and he just stabbed his sword towards her stomach. He intended to exchange injury for injury. If it was anyone else, his attack would definitely be lethal, but he was facing a Nanjing, and they would definitely not kill each other. So, if their attacks were about to strike a lethal blow, then they would definitely stop it. The reason he chose to exchange blows with a Nanjing was because he had no other choice. Her instinct in combat was truly too formidable. Even he who possessed the enlightened sword heart was only barely able to fight her in close quarters. If it was anyone else, that person would probably be dead by now. After all, even though Nanjing hadn't used any techniques, her moves were even more terrifying than techniques. Every move of hers was lethal. Nanjing frowned when she noticed that Yang Yi intended to suffer an injury in order to land a blow, but it didn't take long for her brows to relax. A moment later, a wave of terrifying intent surged out from within her. The force of Yang Yi's sword was instantly suppressed by it. At the same time, she charged forward and slammed her fist at his chest. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, while holding Skysplit in her grasp, and then it shot forward swiftly like thunder. Fortunately, Yang Yi was able to react. He immediately sheathed his sword, drew it, and swung it. However, Nanjing's spear sped up abruptly and moved sideways slightly. This movement caused it to instantly strike against the hilt of Yang Yi's sword, causing Yang Yi to be blasted over 3 kilometers away before he could even draw his sword. A moment later, Nanjing shot forward once more. The Grand Elder gazed at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of praise in his eyes. Because as far as he was concerned, it was very shocking that Yang Yi had been able to fight in Nanjing for so long. After all, she possessed 6 intents. Actually, as far as he was concerned, the most terrifying part about her wasn't those 6 intents, it was her instinct in combat. Nanjing's combat instinct was something that even struck slight terror in his heart. That was why he felt like that about Yang Yi. It was because while Yang Yi was being suppressed by her instinct in combat, he was able to resist her until now and frequently counterattack. However, the Grand Elder felt that it was only a matter of time before Yang Yi lost. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled explosion resounded from afar. The Grand Elder looked over and saw Yang Yi had been blasted over 6 kilometers away. However, Nanjing didn't press her advantage and attack again. She stopped instead. Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi. Are you not going to use your trump cards? Yang Yi glanced at his right hand. At this moment, he couldn't feel his right hand. Nanjing's combat instinct wasn't the only thing which was strong. Her speed and strength were horrifying as well. Especially her control of her strength. It was terrifying. Yang Yi looked up at her and smiled. Let's just stop here, all right? He had more trump cards, of course. They were the Laws of Darkness, the Sword of Rebirth, and the Sword Domain. Especially the Sword Domain. Even though Nanjing had 6 Returnal rank intents, his Sword Domain could still suppress them. Even though he knew she definitely had trump cards too, and he wanted to see what they were, he didn't want both his and her trump cards to be exposed before the Wu clan. Trump cards that were exposed weren't trump cards anymore. One had to always keep something up one's sleeve. Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. All right. Obviously, she understood what he meant. Yang Yi smiled. I'm going to the Yang clan. Are you coming? Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment and replied, Go ahead without me. I haven't finished learning a move. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and asked, What move? She replied, You'll know when the time comes. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Then he'll be going first. Take care. She suddenly went over to Yang Yi, looked him in the eye for a long time and said, I will. Yang Yi smiled. All right, they'll be waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the distance. Once Yang Yi left, the Grand Elder appeared before Nanjing and said, Missin, the Patriarch would like to meet you. So, he suddenly looked towards the distant sky and spoke with surprise. He's actually here. Yang Yi didn't stay in martial origin system. The Yang clan's fight for succession was about to begin in half a month, so he didn't have much time left. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to leave martial origin system. However, as soon as he left it and arrived in the starry sky, 2 old men appeared before him. A ferocious expression instantly appeared on his face when he saw them, because they were the 2 experts Hood, come to Sky Continent to kill him and took little Sky Soul. They were Yang Shan and Yang Shi. Yang Shan's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Come, let me guess. Which young master do you belong to? The 7th young master? The 4th young master? Or perhaps... Suddenly, Yang Yi said, Come, guess when you'll die. Chapter 1634. Do you want to die? Yang Shan's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he heard Yang Yi. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Shan was slightly stunned, and then he laughed with ridicule. How laughable! As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. Once the 3 of them vanished, the Wu clan's Grand Elder appeared here. He glanced off towards the side and said, Are you not going to show yourself? The space there trembled slightly, and then a woman walked out from there. It was Yang Danqing. Yang Danqing bowed slightly to the Grand Elder. Senior, the Grand Elder spoke indifferently. Do you need something? Yin Danqing grinned slightly and said, I'd like to inquire about the identity of that person from before. They'll be extremely grateful if you can tell me who he is. The Grand Elder waved his hand. I don't know. Leave. My Wu clan doesn't want to get mixed up in your Yang clan's business. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Yang Danqing's face instantly turned cold. She remained silent for a long time before she vanished into the distance. Yang Yi didn't run towards martial origin system, and he went towards the depths of the boundless starry sky instead. He raised his speed to its limits. So, it only took a short while for him to leave martial origin system and enter the boundless reaches of space. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped, and then Yang Shan and Yang Shi appeared not too far behind him. Why aren't you running anymore? Yang Shi ridiculed. Or perhaps you intend to kill us instead. Yang Yi turned to look at them, and then he said, Which one of you will fight me first? Or perhaps you intend to join forces. Join forces? Yang Shan laughed with ridicule. Against you? He took a step forward while he spoke, and then he stretched out his right hand. A mysterious wave of energy instantly formed a spider web that enveloped down towards Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like all his paths of retreat had been sealed off. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Shan. Needless to say, Yang Shan was very strong, and he wasn't much weaker than the blood puppets. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly slammed his fist forward. He didn't use heaven obliteration, and it was just a very normal punch. Bang! As expected, Yang Yi was blasted away by Yang Shan's energy. After flying over 3 kilometers away, Yang Yi had just stopped when his figure transformed into a shadow that fled off into the distance. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Shan's mouth, and, as soon as he finished speaking, he shot off in pursuit of Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi's fleeing figure vanished on the spot. Watch out! Yang Shi's astounded voice resounded. At practically the exact same moment, Yang Shan's expression changed, and then a shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, 2 waves of terrifying pressure pressed down upon him. Hiss! The tip of a sword pierced through the back of Yang Shan's head. Yang Shan's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief and a trace of regret. Because Head just realized that Yang Yi seeming to be utterly weak and fleeing was just an act. Yang Yi had fled to put on a display of weakness, and it was to make him lower his guard, act carelessly, and underestimate Yang Yi. Yang Yi had succeeded. How dare you? Yang Shi shouted with fury when he witnessed this scene. He was about to attack when his eyes opened wide, and his hairs stood on end. A moment later, a terrifying aura surged out from within him. However, at the same time that his aura surged out, a ray of light had pierced through the back of his head. Just like Yang Shan, Yang Shi's figure stiffened on the spot, and Yang Yi was 300 m away from him. Who are you? Suddenly, Yang Danqing walked out from a point in space. She stared at Yang Yi, but there was no intent to kill in her eyes. Conversely, she seemed quite calm. However, her aura was forming layers around her. Yang Shan had just been killed when she arrived, and right when she was about to attack, Yang Shi had been killed as well. 2 Zenith Realm experts had been killed in an instant. After all, Yang Shan and Yang Shi weren't ordinary Zenith Realm experts. Yang Yi walked towards Yang Danqing with his sword in hand. Who am I? Why don't you guess? Yang Danqing glanced at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp and said, As far as I know, no one besides 8th brother uses a sword. But 8th brother has no enmity with me and my brother, so he would definitely not. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, How do you know there's no enmity between us? If I'm not wrong, there's a debt of blood between us. Actually, Head guessed who she was. Because Yang Xian told him that Yang Shan and Yang Shi were Yang Yin and Yang Danqing's subordinates. So, she was clearly Yang Danqing. A debt of blood? Yang Danqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Show me your face and let me see if you're 8th brother. Yang Danqing had never considered that the person before her was Yang Yi. Or it should be said that many people in the Yang clan still had no knowledge of Yang Yi. Moreover, Shed merely sent people to kill Yang Yi and hadn't seen Yang Yi at all, coupled with the fact that the people she sent told her that Yang Yi was dead. So as far as she was concerned, Yang Yi was dead. You'll find out right away. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Danqing when his figure appeared once more. After that, his sword descended upon her. Yang Danqing's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't collide directly with Yang Yi's attack. She immediately twisted her right foot on the ground and vanished on the spot. She was almost 10 kilometers away when her figure appeared once more. But as soon as she stopped there, she seemed to have noticed something, and it made her expression change drastically, because a ray of light had arrived before her. The Sword of Rebirth. It only took a moment for Yang Danqing to calm down, and then she swiftly clenched her fist. Bang! 3 rays of green light surged out from her. One of them shot towards Yang Yi's attack, while the other 2 shot off in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! 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 3 explosions resounded as Yang Yi and Yang Danqing both moved over a kilometer backwards. Yang Danqing glanced at her arms. At this moment, Her arms had over a dozen tiny holes on them. She fell silent for an instant before she looked up at Yang Yi. What a powerful sword technique! Yang Yi glanced at his chest. His chest was completely mangled. He looked up and shot a glance at Yang Danqing. Needless to say, she was quite strong indeed. There were two reasons why he hadn't utilized the laws of darkness. Firstly, he wanted to keep her alive because he wanted to gain information about Little Sky's whereabouts. If he just asked her like this, he wouldn't just be unable to gain any information, he would even expose his own identity instead. As for the second reason, it was because Yang Danqing was in a fully vigilant state. So, he wasn't 100% confident that using the laws of darkness would allow him to kill her. Actually, there was a third reason, and it was because he wanted to experience the strength of these geniuses from the Yang clan. You are an eighth brother. Suddenly, Yang Danqing said, you want to put the blame on eighth brother so that we'll fight eighth brother to the death, and then you can reap the benefits, right? Do you want to know why I'm sure you are an eighth brother? It's because I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. At the instant his figure vanished, a ray of light flashed, and the space in its path was torn open like paper. Yang Danqing's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and the intent to kill flickered in them. Meanwhile, the sword energy arrived before her. A ray of green light suddenly shot out of the center of Yang Danqing's forehead when the sword energy arrived just a few inches away from her forehead. Bang! The green light instantly pierced through Yang Ye's sword energy. The sword energy dispersed immediately, but the green light continued forward towards Yang Yi like a bolt of lightning. Everywhere it passed, space was torn into bits. It was an absolutely shocking sight. Yang Yi casually stabbed his sword forward. Bang! The green light rumbled and dispersed. A moment later, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Danqing when he appeared again. He sheathed his sword and drew it. 10 overlapped heaven rends. Yang Danqing's pupils constricted when she noticed the strength of Yang Ye's attack, and then a ray of green light surged out from within her. Bang! A resounding explosion surged through the surroundings, and then a figure was blasted flying. Besides that, an arm flew off into space as well. It was Yang Danqing's figure. At the moment Yang Danqing's figure was blasted flying, a sword howl had suddenly resounded, and then a ray of light instantly arrived before her. Suddenly, a glowing finger flashed down from far above. Bang! The sword energy was blasted into bits while a figure was blasted flying as well. It was Yang Ye's figure. After flying for almost 3 kilometers, Yang Yi finally stopped himself, and then he looked up into space. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly came from high above. The fight for succession has not begun. Return. An expert of the Yang clan. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a ghastly expression filled his eyes. Yang Danqing wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then she shot an icy cold glance at Yang Yi. I'll repay you tenfold for that arm of mine. You. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. At the same time, a furious shout resounded from high above. How presumptuous! After that, a finger flashed down from above and descended swiftly. The reason Yang Danqing's expression had changed drastically was that a figure had suddenly appeared behind her. At the same time, 2 terrifying intents instantly pressed down upon her. Besides that, there was a mysterious force that was even stronger than those intents. The intents were naturally slaughter intent and sword intent, and the mysterious force was the sword domain. With those 3 forces pressing down upon her, she wasn't just unable to flee, even her profound energy had instantly fallen deathly silent. Of course, all of that only happened for an instant. However, that instant was entirely sufficient for Yang Yi. A ray of light flashed. Hiss! A head flew up into the air. After he sliced off Yang Danqing's head, Yang Yi turned around, sheathed his sword, and then drew it. A beam of sword energy shot forward. The finger which had arrived above him was instantly sliced into 2, and then it exploded apart. How dare you! A voice that carried boundless rage descended like a thunderclap from high above, and then an aura pressed down from above. Yang Yi sheathed his sword. He held the ancient sheath in his grasp as he shot an icy cold up into space. Do you want to die? Chapter 1635. Get the fuck out here. Was it rash? It was a little rash. Yang Yi was very well aware that by killing Yang Danqing in front of this expert from the Yang clan, he would definitely be offending the expert. But he didn't care. Because he knew that the Yang clan wouldn't kill him because of someone who was dead. The dead had no value. Besides that, he was very well aware that the greater the potential he displayed, the more highly the higher-ups of the Yang clan would think of him. Just like Yang Lianchuang. He was certain that no matter how much trouble she caused the Yang clan in the outside world, the Yang clan would definitely help her deal with it. Of course, the precondition was that someone had value. In the beginning, Head planned to capture Yang Danqing alive, and he was about to succeed. But the arrival of this expert from the Yang clan allowed him to realize that capturing her alive was impossible. So, Head chosen to kill her. Once Yang Yi spoke those words, the aura high above had suddenly dispersed, and then an old man appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. A Zenith Realm expert. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while his profound energy started to circulate. It was because the old man was much stronger than his blood puppets. The old man gazed at Yang Yi. What did you say? Why don't you say that one more time? Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more, and then he drew his sword and swung it. The old man's gaze instantly turned icy cold, and then he flipped his right palm and slapped it forward. Boom! At the instant he slapped his palm forward, the space in a huge area started to shake violently like an earthquake was surging through it. Bang! An explosion resounded as Yang Yi's figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. However, his figure suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. The Sword of Rebirth that was enhanced by 2 types of returnal rank and tints. A ray of light flashed. Boom! The light dispersed to reveal the old man had been pushed over 1 kilometer away. The old man looked down at his right hand. At this moment, the center of his palm had a hole in it. He fell silent for a moment before he looked up at Yang Yi. 2 types of returnal rank and tints. Slaughter intent and sword intent. He paused for a moment and continued. Which young master are you? Yang Yi replied, You'll find out in the future. The old man shook his head. You've broken the rules. So, return to the discipline hall with me right now. He stretched his hand forward, and then a powerful wave of suction force sucked Yang Yi over to him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished abruptly on the spot. The old man's expression changed at the exact same instant, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He was 3 kilometers to the left when he appeared again. However, his pupils constricted when Head just appeared there, and then he vanished once more. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly swept through the starry sky and caused the space around it to ripple violently. 3 breaths of time later, everything calmed down. At this moment, Yang Yi and the old man were less than 300 m away from each other. Yang Yi was still standing with his sword in hand. The old man stared at Yang Yi while undisguised shock and a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. If someone was standing behind his back right now, that person would see 2 extremely deep cuts there. Moreover, his back was covered in blood. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the old man. It's not that I can't kill you. Understand? Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the old man said, You broke the rules. The discipline hall won't let you go. Yang Danqing's parents won't let you go too. It's best for you to return and admit your crimes. Otherwise, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and said, They can feel free to come for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The old man silently gazed at the Yang Yi had been standing on for a long time. Around 10 breaths of time later, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared by the old man's side. The white-haired old man glanced at him and said, Yang Lin, you actually lost? The old man called Yang Lin shook his head. I almost died. The white-haired old man was visibly surprised. Do you know which young master it was? Yang Lin shook his head again. I don't. At the very least, he doesn't exist amongst the known young masters. The white-haired old man fell silent for a moment and said, "No matter which young master he is, since he dared to offend our discipline hall, then we have to make him feel our power. Otherwise, all those other young masters would think that we're easy to bully." Yang Lin hesitated for a moment and said, "We have to be careful. He's not someone easy to deal with." The white-haired old man laughed coldly. "Which one of our Yang clan's young masters is easy to deal with?" Yang Lin nodded, and then he glanced at Yang Danking's corpse. He said, "Yang Kong will probably not let the matter rest. He's really protective of that precious daughter of his. Now that Yang Danqing was killed right in front of me, I'm afraid that even I—" The white-haired old man shook his head. Who can he blame if her skill was inferior to her opponent? Of course, this new young master is really ruthless. He didn't leave any room for maneuver, and he didn't even give her the chance to be reincarnated. Yang Lin spoke in a low voice. "Now that this fellow has joined in, the competition for the position of successor will be interesting. Unfortunately, Yang Lianshuang isn't male." The white-haired old man nodded. "It's a pity indeed. I heard she has attained the Zenith realm." Yang Lin was stunned speechless. The Yang clan had over 20 large worlds and countless medium and small worlds. Amongst these worlds, Heaven Void Continent was the largest and most prosperous. Because it was the base world of the Yang clan, it was the Yang clan's headquarters. Fecta City. Fecta City was the largest city on Heaven Void Continent, and it was the Yang clan's base city. It was huge to the point it seemed boundless. Even though it was huge, the entire city was very quiet, because the city was only inhabited by some special organizations within the Yang clan. Only the Yang clan's members and some special organizations of the Yang clan. The entire city had no other outsiders in it. It was the center of the Yang clan's command. Fecta City was bound to not be peaceful during this month, because those young masters of the Yang clan would be returning. Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. Yang Xian sat at the seat of the host. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be in a meditative state. She was the only one in the hall. Meanwhile, an armored figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Yang Xian didn't open her eyes. "What is it?" The armored figure spoke in a low voice. "Yang Danqing is dead. Her killer was a sword cultivator." Yang Xian's eyes opened abruptly. "Was it him?" The armored figure replied, "I dare not say for certain, but it's very likely, because only the 8th young master is a sword cultivator, and the 8th young master has no reason to kill Yang Danqing." "Then it is him." Yang Xian's were slowly clenched together. "I knew he wouldn't die that easily. Not only did he survive, he seems to have grown even stronger." She gazed at the armored figure and continued, "Have you located his whereabouts?" The armored figure shook its head. "No." "Right. He killed Yang Danqing in front of an elder from the disciple hall. So, we aren't the only ones looking for him. The discipline hall and Yang Danqing's father, Yang Kong, are looking for him." Yang Xian suddenly stood up. "We must find him before they do, or hell be in danger." The armored figure nodded. "I've sent people to search for him." "Right. Those other young masters are probably searching for him too. Besides that, the Hall of Elders seems to have sent people to investigate him as well." Yang Xian nodded slightly. They would naturally be curious when one more young master just appeared out of nowhere, and it's actually one who isn't ordinary. But they would probably never expect this young master to be the son of the person they abandoned and forgot all those years ago. The armored figure asked, "Will the Hall of Elders acknowledge him?" Yang Xian laughed coldly, "Of course. So long as he possesses natural talent and potential, they'll acknowledge him. Not to mention that he belongs to the Yang clan, and he has the bloodline of the Yang clan." She gazed at the armored figure and continued, "Use all the resources available to us. He must be found before they find him. We especially can't allow Yang Kong to find him first. His current strength is utterly insufficient to resist Yang Kong." "Understood." The armored figure nodded and left. After the armored figure left, Yang Xian sat back down and spoke softly. "You killed Yang Danqing before an elder of the disciple hall? Your strength has grown to such an extent." As she spoke up to this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and it made her face gradually turn gloomy. Yang Yi didn't head to Heaven Void Continent. He went to Yang Yan's territory, Yanqing Continent, instead. had come to the Yang clan with the objective of rescuing Little Sky, and Little Sky's soul was definitely in Yang Yan's possession. So, he naturally went to look for Yang Yan. Unfortunately, he didn't find Yang Yan. Yanqing City. Because of the seventh young master of the Yang clan, Yang Xing, Yanqing City was in pieces. However, Yang Yin clearly had no intention to abandon it. So, had sent many people to rebuild the city. All of them were cultivators and not ordinary people. So, Yanqing City had been almost completely restored in a short while. Yang Yi, who couldn't find Yang Yin, left the city, but he didn't leave. He just stood in midair around 3 kilometers away from the city. He gazed at the city for a long time, and then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it. OM! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy shot down like a shooting star. Boom! In an instant, Yanqing City was cut into two. A moment later, a ferocious voice resounded in the sky above the city. Yang Yin, get the fuck out here. As soon as the voice finished resounding, another ray of sword energy descended upon the city. Boom! The entire city collapsed in an instant. Chapter 1636. There's a first time for everything. A moment of silence ensued. Boom, boom, boom. 3 formidable aura suddenly shot up into the air from within the ruins of Yanqing City, and then 3 old men appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. 3 Zenith Realm experts. The old man in luxurious robes who led the group stared at Yang Yi. You are that mysterious fellow who killed our 3rd young miss. Yang Yi waved his hand slightly, and light flickered on his sword. Tell your young master to show himself. The old man replied in a low voice. No matter which young master you are, do you know that acting like this before the competition begins is against the rules? The Hall of Elders and Disciple Hall won't. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly slapped his palm forward. Bang! The old man was blasted over 300 m away. The 2 other old men behind him were about to attack, but the old man in a luxurious robe stopped them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, I'll repeat myself one last time. Tell your young master to show himself. The old man in a luxurious robe gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, the young master went into closed-door cultivation a month ago. As for where he's cultivating, even we don't know that. Meanwhile, his eyelids twitched abruptly because Yang Yi was about to attack, and he quickly added, just think about it. Would he not show himself if he really was in the city? Yang Yi fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then he asked, then where is he? The old man shook his head. We're just his subordinates. We aren't qualified to be aware of his whereabouts. However, someone definitely knows where he is. Yang Yi said, tell me. The old man was about to speak when he suddenly looked up towards the distant sky. He's here. Bang! The space in a huge area trembled violently, and then a black shadow appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around and drew his sword. 10 overlapped heaven rings. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away, and the shadow was merely pushed around 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb hand, and then he looked up into the distance. There was a black-robed middle-aged man there. If one looked carefully, one would realize that the middle-aged man's appearance was quite similar to Yang Danqing. It was Yang Danqing and Yang Yan's father, Yang Kong. Yang Kong stared at Yang Yi. Which young master are you? Yang Yi pointed his sword towards the ground at an angle. Why don't you guess? Yang Kong gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, even though the Yang clan's fight for succession is brutal, we never go too far. Not only did you kill Danqing, you didn't even give her the chance to be reincarnated. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know about that. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died at the hands of your daughter and son. They never thought of showing any mercy to me. Yang Kong spoke in a low voice. Who are you? Yang Yi shrugged. Is that important? Yang Kong fell silent for a long time, and then he said, it's not important indeed. No matter who you are, you're going to die today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Boom! Yang Yi instantly appeared 3 kilometers away, and as soon as he stopped himself, the black shadow had appeared in front of him again. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted another 3 kilometers away. He was too swift. Swift to the point even Yang Yi couldn't see him. Even though Yang Kong was at the Zenith Realm too, his strength wasn't something ordinary Zenith Realm experts could compare to. Even the blood puppets were far inferior to him. If Yang Yi was still at the Dualism Realm, Yang Yi would definitely not be a match for Yang Kong. Fortunately, he wasn't at the Dualism Realm, he was at the Rebirth Realm. At the moment Yang Kong's figure vanished, Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Earlier, had been using his eyes to see, yet now, he was using his heart. Yang Yi twisted his right foot slightly, and his figure moved slightly sideways towards the right before drawing his sword. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away again. However, Yang Kong had been blasted almost 2 kilometers away as well. This time, Yang Kong didn't attack again, and he glanced at his palm instead. Only half his palm remained right now, and the other half had been cut off by Yang Yi's attack. Yang Kong fell silent for a moment before he looked up at Yang Yi, the enlightened sword heart. I underestimated you. The other 3 Zenith Realm experts were about to attack, but Yang Kong waved his hand. I'll do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and pressed his palms together. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from within him, and the space in a huge area seemed like it was boiling under the effects of that aura. The space was rippling violently, and it was a truly shocking sight. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Kong pressed both his palms forward in Yang Yi's direction. Palm of sorrow. 2 huge energy palms flashed forward. The space before them instantly collapsed, and the entire area started trembling violently like an earthquake was surging through it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his black robe. He didn't dare act carelessly. He twisted his wrist slightly, and then light started flickering on the sword precursor. At the same time, Slaughter Sword Intent appeared around him. The Slaughter Sword Intent made his sword seem like it had come to life, and it was ceaselessly emanating sword howls. Right when Yang Yi was about to swing his sword, the energy palms suddenly overlapped over each other. Bang! At the instant they finished overlapping, a massive expanse of space collapsed in an instant, and the entire area turned pitch black. However, Yang Kong's expression suddenly changed at this instant, because when the surroundings went dark, he noticed to his astonishment that the dark matter and dark energy in the surroundings had suddenly started converging around him. Besides that, his overlapped energy palms had been instantly obliterated by the dark energy and dark matter. The laws of darkness. Yang Kong was horrified. His figure flashed with the intention of escaping the black hole. However, it was still a little too late. The black hole suddenly shrunk inwards and then exploded apart. That wasn't the end of it. The other 3 Zenith Realm experts watched with shock as the expanse of darkness shrunk incessantly and exploded without end. Just like that, it shrunk and exploded 5 times in succession. When the final explosion resounded, a figure was blasted out of the black hole. The expressions of those 3 Zenith Realm experts instantly changed at the sight of the figure, because it was Yang Kong. At this moment, Yang Kong was in a very sorry state. His entire body was covered in injuries. Besides that, his right arm was gone. The most striking injury was his right eye, because it was gone as well, and it was replaced by a horrifying blood-red hole. There was a palm-sized black talisman on his chest. At this moment, it was ceaselessly emanating hair-thin black threads of energy. The black energy was like a spiderweb that enveloped Yang Kong completely. Yang Kong looked off into the distance. Besides disbelief, there was deep fear in his left eye. Had almost died just now. If it wasn't for the talisman on his chest, he would be dead. The talisman was something the patriarch of the Yang clan had given him many years ago, and had always been reluctant to use it, because it was extraordinarily precious, and it could defend him against the joint forces of at least 5 Zenith Realm experts. It was that talisman which had saved his life. The space in the distance calmed down slowly, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi to appear before Yang Kong and the others' fields of vision. At this moment, Yang Yi's face was slightly pale. However, there was excitement in his eyes. Yang Kong had shattered space and caused the surroundings to be transformed into a black hole. Yang Yi had been shocked to notice that he could actually control it, just like Head controlled the black hole from that day. It was an absolutely pleasant surprise, because he could control all the dark matter and dark energy within the black hole. To put it simply, his strength would grow tremendously while he was within a black hole. Moreover, he could use the dark matter and dark energy in the black hole to protect himself. Simply speaking, he was confident in his ability to fight 5 Zenith Realm experts while within a black hole. The only depressing part was that it exhausted too much energy. Controlling the black hole just now had instantly exhausted all his profound energy. Moreover, had almost been exhausted to the point of being unable to stay standing. Otherwise, Yang Yi could have killed Yang Kong even if Yang Kong had the protection of that talisman. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, flipped his palm, and an energy pearl appeared in his grasp. After he swallowed it, he instantly recovered almost half his profound energy. So, he withdrew another. Once he swallowed the second energy pearl, his energy was fully replenished. The laws of darkness. Meanwhile, Yang Kong spoke abruptly, an extraordinary form of the laws of darkness. Who are you? Yang Yi started walking slowly towards Yang Kong. I think you definitely know where your son is, right? Yang Kong's expression changed, and he spoke in a low voice. The fight for succession hasn't begun. Going after him now is against the rules. Do you know what the consequences of going against my Yang clan's rules are? Yang Yi shrugged. I don't, and I don't want to know. All I want to know is where your son is. To be honest, I'm running out of patience. Once I run out of patience, even I don't know what I'll be capable of. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a white-haired old man and a black-robed old man appeared here. The elders of the Discipline Hall. The white-haired old man gazed at Yang Yi. Follow us back to the Discipline Hall. If you're smart, you'll follow us obediently. Yang Yi shook his head. I refuse. The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly. No young master has dared to offend our Discipline Hall. No one has ever dared to do that. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The white-haired old man's expression changed. Watch out! Yang Kong's pupils constricted abruptly, and then a ray of light flashed through him. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed out from the center of Yang Kong's forehead while his body stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then he turned to look at the white-haired old man. There's a first time for everything. No one has done it in the past, but someone has now. Chapter 1637a, Show of Strength. Yang Yi was no fool, and had never thought about challenging the Yang clan's Discipline Hall. However, he had no other choice. The Discipline Hall had tried to stop him from killing young Danqing, and he was determined to kill her because he didn't want to let her go so that she could scheme against him. At the moment, he knew that the Discipline Hall would definitely not let him off easily. At the very least, they would look for trouble with him. Sure enough, the Discipline Hall was here again. What should he do? Try to seek reconciliation with them? Or beg for mercy? No, both wouldn't work. He would only be asking for insult by trying any one of those methods. Since that was the case, why should he give them any face? His objective was very simple, and it was to make a show of strength, an utter show of strength. He wanted the Yang clan's higher-ups to see his potential. When his potential was sufficiently huge, he believed that the Discipline Hall would be helpless against him. Because at that time, the higher-ups of the Yang clan wouldn't allow others to harm him. Of course, the precondition was that he had sufficient potential. Breaking the Yang clan's rules was definitely not something that could be forgiven easily. However, he believed that when he displayed sufficient potential, he could stand above many rules of the Yang clan. Shock flashed through the eyes of those 3 Zenith Realm experts when they saw that Yang Yi actually dared to challenge the Discipline Hall. After all, the Discipline Hall's status in the Yang clan was slightly transcendent. It could be said that besides a few in the Yang clan, everyone else in the Yang clan, including the young masters, were subject to the Discipline Hall's rules. It could be said that even those young masters had to give face to the Discipline Hall. But this fellow before them was actually openly challenging the Discipline Hall. It was a first. The white-haired old man's face instantly turned cold, and he stared at Yang Yi. Do you realize what you're saying? Yang Yi nodded. I do. The white-haired old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. At the exact same moment, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded as Yang Yi's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi's figure had just stopped moving when the old man appeared in front of him again, and then a wave of powerful aura slammed down upon Yang Yi like a mountain. Yang Yi felt suffocated beneath this aura, and his entire body felt like it was about to collapse. At the same time, the space around him had even started to warp and crack open. He's so strong. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The white-haired old man was extraordinarily strong. He was much stronger than Yang Kong, whom Yang Yi had just fought. So, Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly at all. Bang! Slaughter's sword intent swept out from within him, and it instantly relieved a large amount of the pressure on Yang Yi. However, the white-haired old man suddenly slammed his fist forward. Yang Yi didn't even hesitate to swing his sword. Bang! The powerful force in the white-haired old man's fist instantly blasted Yang Yi backwards, but the white-haired old man didn't move at all. Yang Yi's attack hadn't been able to push him back at all. Moreover, the white-haired old man even pressed forward and arrived in front of Yang Yi before slamming his fist at Yang Yi again. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away again. Once he stopped himself, some blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This time, the white-haired old man didn't attack again, and he just gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Is that all you've got? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at the old man. Bring it on. Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. The Sword of Rebirth enhanced by Slaughter Sword Intent. The ray of light was like a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived before the white-haired old man, and a long spatial rift was left behind in its wake. The space throughout its part had been torn open. The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clenched his right fist. At the instant he fully clenched his fist, a vortex suddenly appeared on his fist, and then he slammed his fist forward. Boom! A powerful tornado enveloped the ray of light that Yang Yi had transformed into. Rumble. Rumbling resounded incessantly while the space in a huge area started to tremble violently. The other Zenith Realm experts had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as they watched the battle. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi could actually go head-on against an Elder of the Discipline Hall. After all, those able to assume the position of Elder in the Discipline Hall had attained the Zenith Realm a few hundred years ago. Even though such experts hadn't surpassed the Zenith Realm, their strength was absolutely not something an ordinary Zenith Realm expert could resist. Yet now, this young master who was just at the Rebirth Realm was actually able to go head-on against an expert who'd attained the Zenith Realm a few hundred years ago. At this moment, all of them started to become curious about Yang Yi's identity. Meanwhile, the battle was still going on. Rays of sword energy and energy fists were flashing incessantly through the surroundings. Every collision caused space to tremble violently. The space here was actually on the verge of shattering, but the white-haired old man instantly repaired it. So, Yang Yi couldn't utilize a black hole to deal with the white-haired old man. Even though the white-haired old man hadn't been able to save Yang Kong, he knew how Yang Kong had died, because his divine sense had been able to view the battle between Yang Yi and Yang Kong, and it was just his body that got here a bit too late. Even though Yang Kong was weaker than him, Yang Kong wasn't much weaker than him. So, if he allowed Yang Yi to create a black hole here, then even he would probably be unable to endure Yang Yi's attacks. So, every single time space was about to collapse, the white-haired old man would immediately repair it. So long as no black holes were created, then it wouldn't be a huge problem for him. The might of Yang Yi's laws of darkness depended upon the size of a black hole. The larger the black hole, the more dark matter and dark energy he would be able to gain control of, and so it would be stronger. In the beginning, Yang Yi had intended to utilize a black hole to deal with the white-haired old man. Unfortunately, the white-haired old man didn't give him a chance to do that. Every single time he was about to shatter space, the old man would immediately repair the space there, causing the battle to feel extremely depressing to Yang Yi. As they fought and fought, Yang Yi was gradually at a disadvantage, or it should be said that he was gradually being suppressed. However, it was normal. After all, the old man's strength and cultivation far surpassed Yang Yi. Bang! Meanwhile, an explosion resounded abruptly, and then a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. This time, the white-haired old man didn't follow up with another attack, and he just locked onto Yang Yi with his aura and said, "Your strength is all right. But you want to challenge my discipline hall with just that little bit of strength? How laughable." Yang Yi glanced at the white-haired old man and fell silent. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man added, "However, I'm really quite curious. Because amongst the young masters I know of, none of them possess slaughter intent, sword intent, and the laws of darkness. I really want to know which one of the 9 young masters you are." He glanced indifferently at Yang Yi at this point, and then he continued, "Will you remove that black robe yourself, or should I help you take it off?" Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his sword and light flickered on its blade. At the same time, a wave of terrifying intent surged out like a torrent from within him. However, it didn't take long for the intent to surge into the sword precursor. The white-haired old man's face turned cold when he witnessed this. He slowly clenched his right fist, and a vortex flickered on it. Even though they hadn't launched their attacks, the space in a huge area around them had started to tremble violently. The other Zenith Realm experts were visibly shocked, because it was obvious that Yang Yi was about to execute a powerful move. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's aura was growing stronger and stronger. When it arrived at its peak, Yang Yi suddenly moved. He turned around, drew his sword, and swung it. The space in front of him was instantly sliced open, and then he leaped into the spatial rift. Head fled. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. He fled? All of them couldn't really wrap their heads around what had just happened. After all, just a moment ago, Yang Yi seemed like he intended to fight to the death. Yet now, Head fled. The white-haired old man's face was extremely unsightly. He felt like Head been played. So, he didn't say a word and just vanished on the spot. The other Zenith Realm experts here intended to follow the white-haired old man, but the old man's voice suddenly came from afar. "I alone am enough. Go investigate the 9 young masters. Reinvestigate all of them." The other Zenith Realm experts hesitated for a moment, and then they turned around and vanished on the spot. Just as the white-haired old man had said, they urgently desired to find out who Yang Yi was. Flee. Yang Yi naturally chose to flee. He was no fool. Fighting the white-haired old man to the death was utterly meaningless to him. His objective was Yang Yin. Moreover, besides the white-haired old man, there were 4 other Zenith Realm experts there. So, it didn't matter who won in their battle because he wouldn't be able to gain anything in the end. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to flee. In any case, the white-haired old man and the others didn't know who he was. Unfortunately, Head underestimated the white-haired old man's speed and strength. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi stopped fleeing because the white-haired old man had appeared not too far away from him. At the same time, a powerful aura instantly sealed off the space in an area of 3 kilometers. Fleeing? The white-haired old man laughed with ridicule. "Weren't you very arrogant earlier? Didn't you want to be the first to challenge my discipline hall? What? You're going to flee now?" Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he said, "Old man, you came alone?" The white-haired old man spoke indifferently. "Am I not enough?" "You're alone." Yang Yi nodded and continued, "Then I won't hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a blood puppet appeared both in front and behind the old man. The white-haired old man's face instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw the blood puppets. The old man stared at Yang Yi. "I thought you would fight me one-on-one." "One-on-one?" Yang Yi shook his head. "You must be dreaming. I'd fight you one-on-one if I stand a chance, but if I don't, I choose to gang up on you." Chapter 1638, Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. One-on-one? Yang Yi had never considered that. At the very least, had never considered fighting the white-haired old man in single combat. One-on-one battles depended upon the opponent he faced. If he clearly was no match for his opponent yet still insisted on a one-on-one battle, then wouldn't he be courting death? Yang Yi was about to attack when the white-haired old man suddenly said, "There are a total of 9 young masters participating in our Yang clan's fight for the position of successor. Even though I don't really know them well, I still know a little about all of them. But I'm sure that you aren't any one of them." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you trying to say?" The white-haired old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "I suspect you aren't from the Yang clan." At this moment, Yang Yi was using the sword domain to conceal his aura, so the old man couldn't sense his bloodline at all. Yang Yi replied, "Does it make a difference?" The white-haired old man laughed coldly. "Of course. If you belong to the Yang clan, then the fact that you killed Yang Danqing and Yang Kong will be an internal matter of our Yang clan, and we'll use our own internal methods to deal with it. But if you aren't from the Yang clan, then it isn't internal anymore. Do you know what's the consequence for an outsider who kills a member of our Yang clan?" The old man paused for a moment at this point and continued, "I know you definitely have other trump cards, but allow me to guarantee that if you aren't from the Yang clan, then you won't be able to see tomorrow's sunrise." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he flicked a droplet of blood over to the white-haired old man. He didn't want to become enemies with the entire Yang clan right now. He wasn't that stupid. If he openly went against the Yang clan, then not to mention killing Yang Yin and recusing Little Sky, even survival would be a problem for him. The white-haired old man gazed at the pearl of blood for a long time before he said, "You belong to the Yang clan." Yang Yi said, "And?" The old man gazed at him. "Even though I don't know which young master you are, I'm certain that I'll find out very soon. Kid, just you wait. The discipline hall will come for you." As soon as he finished speaking, his body gradually became ethereal. Yang Yi didn't do anything because the old man was gone. The old man naturally chose to leave. Even though he was strong, Yang Yi and 2 blood puppets weren't something that he could fight again. If he allowed the fight to continue, then he may lose his life here. So, had decisively chosen to leave. Yang Yi didn't chase after the old man. If an expert like the white-haired old man chose to leave, then he could do nothing about it. Moreover, he didn't want to make things irreconcilable. Killing the white-haired old man would be a little too much. It wasn't necessary to fight the discipline hall to the death. It wasn't worth it. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and was about to leave. However, he suddenly looked towards the right. "Show yourself?" A moment of silence ensued, and it didn't take long for the space there to ripple. After that, Yang Xian appeared not too far away from him. Yang Xian said, "You really are alive." Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "I had good luck." Yang Xian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Let's talk about that later. Come back with me. We have many more things to do." Yang Yi was puzzled. "We do?" She replied, "Do you know what the fight for succession represents? Simply speaking, it's like the fight for the throne in the mortal world. Perhaps the losing side won't be annihilated in our Yang clan, but the losing side will definitely be pushed far away from the center of authority. As for the winning side, they won't just possess supreme authority in the clan. The others who follow them will enjoy status and wealth too." Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yang Xian replied, "Being the successor has its benefits." "What benefits?" "Let's skip the future benefits for now. So long as you become the successor, you'll gain priority access to all the resources of the Yang clan. Cultivation techniques, combat techniques, weapons. So long as the Yang clan has them, you can have them, because you'll be fostered to be the next patriarch. Simply speaking, so long as you become the successor, the gap between you and the other young masters will grow larger and larger." She paused for a moment and continued, "You won't be the only one who benefits. Everyone who stands by your side will be on the priority list to be fostered. If you become the successor, then it'll definitely advance a step further and obtain even more authority." Yang Yi nodded, "I understand." It was as they say, when one attains success, everyone around him benefits. Yang Xian nodded, "Come, there are 2 people who want to meet you." Yang Yi asked, "Who?" Yang Xian remained silent for an instant and replied, "Your father's old subordinates and 2 of the current 7 marshals. Be respectful." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he followed her. She knew Yang Yi didn't know much about the Yang clan, so Yang Xian ceaselessly told him about the Yang clan while they traveled. Yang Yi gradually gained a rough understanding of the Yang clan. The patriarch was naturally the one with the greatest authority in the Yang clan. The patriarch's name was Yang Wuyan. He was the strongest expert in the Yang clan, and one of the strongest experts in the medium universe of Milky Way system. Right below him was the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders was made up by the experts of the main and branch families of the Yang clan. All of them were top-rate experts, and their status in the Yang clan was merely inferior to the patriarch. Besides that, the Council of Elders had another right, and it was to impeach the patriarch. If the patriarch tried to do something that harmed the interests of the clan, the Council of Elders could remove the patriarch from his position. Of course, the precondition was that over 80% of the elders agreed. Beneath the Council of Elders was the Discipline Hall, and it was formed from the elites of the Yang clan. As they say, a kingdom had its laws, and a family had its rules. The Yang clan has its own rules, and there were numerous rules. However, it wasn't easy to make people abide by those rules. So, the Discipline Hall was born. The Discipline Hall was authorized to kill before questioning when dealing with those who broke the rules. So, the Discipline Hall's authority in the Yang clan was huge. Below the Discipline Hall were the 7 marshals. They controlled 70% of the Yang clan's forces, and they guarded the various worlds belonging to the Yang clan. The 7 marshals only obeyed the patriarch's orders, and both the Council of Elders and Discipline Hall had no authority over them. Further below the 7 marshals were the 72 warriors. They were the central strength of the Yang clan because one had to be at the Zenith realm at least to be ranked amongst them, and it was impossible for an ordinary Zenith realm expert to be ranked amongst them as well. Besides the 72 warriors, there were the 4 armies: the Immortal Phoenix Army, the Dragon God Guard, the Black Turtle Army, and the Tiger Fang Camp. Yang Xian was the commander of the Immortal Phoenix Army. The main mission of the 4 armies and 72 warriors was to protect the Yang clan's headquarters, Heaven Void Continent. Besides that, there was one other army. It was the most mysterious army of the Yang clan. However, only the patriarchs knew about it. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and Yang Xian to arrive at Fecta City, the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. Yang Xian led Yang Yi to an underground cultivation room in the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. There was a man and a woman in the room. The man seemed to be a little over 30 years of age. He wore a luxurious robe, had his hands behind his back, a square-shaped face, a hardened appearance, and an extremely calm gaze. As for the woman by the man's side, Yang Yi couldn't see her appearance because it was covered by a veil. Even though her face was concealed, her curvaceous figure was extremely hot. Yang Yi instantly revealed an extremely solemn expression on his face when he saw them, because they actually felt unfathomable to him. They were even stronger than the white-haired old man from the Discipline Hall. That was his intuition. Experts above the Zenith realm? When Yang Yi walked in, the middle-aged man and woman had immediately gazed at him. A short while passed before the middle-aged man suddenly said, "The sword domain?" Yang Yi nodded. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Attack? Attack?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he understood what the man meant. The middle-aged man wanted to see his strength. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi vanished on the spot. He was in front of the middle-aged man when he appeared again, and then he stabbed his sword forward. The middle-aged man's expression was calm as he tapped his finger against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Oem! Bang! The sword shook violently, and then a huge wave of force blasted Yang Yi 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man's strength wasn't just slightly superior to the white-haired old man, it was far superior. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "Be more serious." Yang Yi nodded slightly. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, a ray of sword energy flashed forward. Space was instantly torn into pieces by it, and a very long spatial rift appeared here. The sword energy carried Yang Yi's slaughter sword intent as it arrived before the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression remained calm, and he suddenly tapped his finger forward when the sword energy was just a few dozen centimeters away from him. Bang! Yang Ye's sword energy was instantly blasted into bits. However, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly narrowed, because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, the tip of Yang Ye's sword had arrived before his back. Hiss! The sword shot through him, but Yang Yi was shocked instead, because the middle-aged man was 3 kilometers away. The beautiful woman glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes, because the middle-aged man's back had a cut. It wasn't very deep, and it was just around 2 centimeters deep. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Your laws of darkness are quite different. You're actually able to move so soundlessly. Ordinary Zenith Realm experts won't be able to defend themselves against that attack." Yang Yi shook his head. "Unfortunately, you did. Are we still going to continue?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "It isn't necessary anymore." Meanwhile, the beautiful woman suddenly said, "Try a move of mine, all right?" Yang Yi gazed at her. He was about to speak when she suddenly appeared before him. After that, her eyes suddenly started to spin strangely. In an instant, Yang Ye's eyes became blank, and then he seemed to have been petrified on the spot. The woman took 2 steps back and spoke indifferently. "It's done," the middle-aged man said. "He possesses the enlightened sword heart," she replied. "His cultivation is too low. Even the enlightened sword heart is useless. If you don't believe me, just watch." As she spoke, she flicked a strand of energy towards Yang Ye's chest. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed from Yang Ye's chest. However, Yang Ye's eyes were still blank, and he didn't react at all. "Be careful. Don't destroy his mind." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from a distant corner. "A brain-dead person is useless to us." Yang Xian, the middle-aged man, and the beautiful woman immediately bowed slightly when they saw the black shadow. Chapter 1639, Playing Tricks. The black shadow was hidden in the corner like a part of the shadow there, and it was impossible to see its appearance. The beautiful woman bowed slightly to the black shadow and said, "Don't worry. I know how far to go." The black shadow fell silent for an instant and said, "He's proud and unyielding. It's impossible to make him willingly be a puppet." The beautiful woman nodded. "Then why don't we kill him now?" The black shadow shook its head. "No. Since he can't be a puppet, we'll just change the plan. All of you can't kill the other young masters, and neither can I. However, he can kill them openly." The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and said, "I understand your intentions. However, regardless of whether it's his strength or natural talent, they're both not bad. If he's allowed to grow, I'm afraid, it's fine." The black shadow continued, "If it's in terms of natural talent and potential, he's nothing to me. All of you will support him from now on and allow him to do as he pleases. Understand?" "Yes." All 3 of them quickly nodded. Meanwhile, the black shadow asked, "Yang Xian, are you sure that your brother's old treasure is in his possession?" Yang Xian nodded. "It should be. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow to such an extent while at such a low-level world." She paused for a moment and continued, "Does Master want it?" "I'm slightly curious." The black shadow continued, "However, it isn't necessary to take it from him right now. Leave it with him for now." The black shadow pondered deeply for a moment before continuing, "Is your brother dead or alive?" Yang Xian shook her head. "I don't know." "What a pity." The black shadow continued, "Throughout the history of our Yang clan, only the ancestor and your brother were extraordinary. The rest, and especially the current young masters, a bunch of trash. Those stubborn old fellows in the Council of Elders are too pedantic too. The day will come when I send all of them to hell." Yang Xian and the others lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. Meanwhile, the black shadow added, "He's still quite weak. Be careful. Don't let him get killed. Especially from Yang Kong's side of the clan. They will definitely not let the matter rest. I heard that Yang Kong's father, Yang Su, has rushed back from outside our system. So, don't let him leave during this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow shook and vanished on the spot. Once the black shadow vanished, the beautiful woman went over to Yang Yi. She waved her hand, and a ray of pink light flashed. Yang Ye's body shuddered, and then his gaze gradually cleared up. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head, and then he glanced at them. What happened? The beautiful woman gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "Nothing. I was just testing your mental state. It's still quite lacking. Remember to temper it more." She moved aside once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man said, "Mgushio and Shishqian Hu, we used to be your father's subordinates. Now that you're back to fight for the position of successor, we'll help you with that." Yang Yi quickly cupped his fist. "Thank you." Gushio nodded. "We've obtained news that Yang Kong's father, Yang Su, has rushed back from outside our system. He's extremely strong and absolutely isn't someone you can fight. Besides Yang Su, the discipline hall is looking for you too. So, don't leave this place for now. They won't be able to openly attack you once the fight for succession begins." Yang Yi replied, "Understood. I won't cause any trouble during this time. However, I need the location of a person." Gushio asked, "Yang Yin?" Yang Yi nodded. "Exactly." Gushio fell silent for a short while and replied, "You aren't able to kill him right now?" Yang Yi asked, "Is he very strong?" Gushio shook his head slightly. "If it's in terms of strength, he's probably inferior to you. However, because you've killed Yang Danqing, the discipline hall has started to focus its attention on protecting the young masters. With the experts of the discipline hall there to protect him, it'll be very difficult for you to kill him. Moreover, Yang Yin isn't weak either. Coupled with the fact that his grandfather is back, it's utterly impossible for you to kill him right now. Understand?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he asked, "Why isn't the discipline hall protecting me too?" Gushio's eyelids twitched. "You should be happy if they don't look for trouble with you." Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Gushio added, "Once the fight for succession begins, we won't be able to help you. At that time, you'll have to rely on yourself. So, seize this opportunity to work hard on growing stronger." Yang Yi nodded. "I'm sure you're all aware that I've been living far away since I was young. Regardless of whether it was techniques or treasures, everything in that world was quite ordinary. But those young masters of the Yang clan definitely possessed the best techniques and treasures. So, Gushio shook his head. "We don't have sword techniques. As for treasures, I don't have any good swords too." Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Other things are all right too." Gushio was stunned speechless. Yang Xian and the beautiful woman had strange expressions on their faces, because they felt that Yang Ye's skin was a little too thick. Gushio hesitated for a moment, and then he flipped his palm. A black shoe appeared before Yang Yi. Flash boots. They give you the ability to instantly move 3 kilometers. The instant here is a tenth of a breath of time. I relied on these boots to avoid your attack earlier." The beautiful woman glanced at Gushio and seemed to want to say something, but she hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything in the end. Yang Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. What did he need the most right now? Speed. If he had these boots and coupled with the speed he had, he could practically instantly kill a Zenith Realm expert before that Zenith Realm expert had the chance to react. Suddenly, Gushio said, "However, it can only be used once a day?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He asked, "Why?" Gushio said, "These boots exhaust a huge amount of profound energy. Even my profound energy isn't sufficient for a single usage. So, I usually store profound energy within it so that I can use it at the critical moment." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand. Right, what rank is it at?" Gushio replied, "The Zenith rank. Treasures above those that surpass the normal ranks of quality are known as Zenith rank treasures. It means they've reached the Zenith, just like Zenith Realm experts. As for the difference between Rebirth Realm and Zenith Realm experts have reached their own limits in all aspects. One is said to be at the zenith upon arriving at one's limit. It's the same for treasures and techniques. Besides that, if the laws of darkness you just used is treated as a technique, then it'll be at the zenith rank too. Because your laws of darkness has arrived at the zenith of your own potential." Zenith. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, "Even intents are said to be at the zenith rank upon reaching their limits?" Gushio nodded. "If your sword intent and slaughter intent rise a level higher, they'll be at the zenith rank. However, it's quite difficult to accomplish that. Anyway, It's very rare for someone to attain the zenith rank in a type of intent. Yang Yi asked, "What's above the zenith rank?" Gu Xiu fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "You'll find out in the future." Yang Yi glanced at Gu Xiu and nodded. After that, he gazed at Yang Xian. "Can I have a private cultivation room?" Yang Xian nodded. "Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yang Yi cupped his fist to Gu Xiu and Qian, who, "Farewell." After Yang Yi and Yang Xian left, the beautiful woman suddenly said, "Wow, if I'm not wrong, that's the only zenith rank treasure you have, right?" Gu Xiu spoke indifferently. "If you want a horse to run, you must feed it grass, right? Moreover, we should have a failsafe just in case, right?" She was visibly surprised. "You did something to those boots?" Gu Xiu spoke indifferently. "What do you think?" She glanced at him. "You seem so reticent, but you're actually quite sneaky." Gu Xiu glanced at her. "You too?" In an underground cultivation room, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi's gaze was icy cold, and the intent to kill flickered within his eyes. Had heard everything they said, of course. That beautiful woman's technique was powerful indeed, but Shed far underestimated him. He didn't just possess the enlightened sword heart, he had Xiong Qi, the divining flame, and the primordial pagoda within him. So, how could she possibly affect his consciousness? He knew Yang Xian didn't have good intentions when she made him return to the Yang clan. Sure enough, she was using him. Moreover, she was planning to take the primordial pagoda from him as well. Fortunately, both Yang Xian and the mysterious figure didn't know that the treasure within him was the primordial pagoda, and they just knew he had a treasure. If they knew that it was the primordial pagoda, or it should be said that if they knew how heaven-defying the primordial pagoda was, then he would have been in great danger just now, because that mysterious figure felt extraordinarily dangerous to him. "Trying to use me?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "Dream on." He looked down at the boots in his grasp, fell silent for an instant, and then laughed coldly. "You're trying to play tricks with me? Let's see who tricks who." As soon as he finished speaking, he issued a command in his heart, and the boots instantly appeared on his feet. The profound energy within him surged madly into the boots. Once all of his profound energy had surged into it, he issued another command in his heart. A moment later, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. In an instant, over 10,000 images of Yang Yi had appeared in the surroundings. Besides Yang Yi's actual body, the rest were afterimages, of course. However, they seemed real. It was because he was exceedingly swift. Chapter 1640 Beast Form. Swift. Exceedingly swift. Yang Yi finally understood how powerful zenith rank treasures were. Because his speed had really been at his limits just now, it could be said that if he activated the boots, then ordinary zenith realm experts couldn't compete with his speed. Experts able to attain the zenith realm represented that they'd attained the limits of their ability in all aspects. However, there were differences in strength between zenith realm experts. So, what did that represent? It represented that not all zenith realm experts were truly at the zenith. It meant that not all of them had truly reached their limits. It was like two tigers. If one grew up in the forest but the other grew up in captivity, then while they were both tigers, which one would win in a one-on-one battle? The answer was obvious. The boots clearly were at the true zenith. So, unless he encountered one of those zenith realm experts who had attained the true extremes of their ability, he could fully surpass the speed of all other zenith realm experts. The only sad part was that he could only gain such speed once a day. However, he was satisfied, because it could play a decisive role at the critical moment, or even save his life. Yang Yi knew that Gu Xiu had done something to the boots, but he didn't do anything to it because he didn't want to alarm Gu Xiu. Since they wanted to use him, then he could use them as well. After he recovered his profound energy, Yang Yi went to see Snowy and Zier. At this moment, Snowy was flying around while holding onto the wooden sword. As for Zier, she was cultivating. Regardless of whether it was Zier, Xiao Yushi, Zhuang Weiran, Su Qingshi, or the others, all of them were working hard on their cultivation. Perhaps they couldn't help Yang Yi, but if they didn't cultivate, then they would definitely be unable to stay by Yang Ye's side for too long. Lifespan. They weren't the only ones. It was the same for everyone else in the world. If they didn't want to die, then they had to work hard on cultivating and attain a higher realm of cultivation in order to gain more lifespan. Snowy waved her claw when she saw Yang Yi, and the wooden sword instantly brought her over to Yang Yi. After that, she flashed over to Yang Yi, and then she wrapped her claws around Yang Ye's face and rubbed her head against his cheek. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently, and then he gazed at the wooden sword that was floating not too far away from him. As if it noticed his gaze, the wooden sword shook abruptly, and light flickered on it. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he quickly made his profound energy surge. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on the wooden sword, and she patted it gently with both claws. It didn't take long for the wooden sword to calm down slowly. Yang Yi glanced at it, and then he glanced at Snowy. Why is it so hostile towards me? He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with the wooden sword because it wanted to hit him on sight. Snowy flew over to Yang Yi and started waving her claws about. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's face to become quite unsightly, because Snowy said he had slaughter intent, and that was why the sword was hostile towards him. What the hell? Yang Yi cursed in his heart. It's trying to be righteous. Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword, and then he gazed at Snowy. Help me ask it why it chose to come with me if it hates me. Snowy blinked and flew over to the wooden sword. A short while passed before she flew over to Yang Yi again, and then she started waving her claws again. A short while passed, and then Yang Ye's face grew even more unsightly. Head thought the wooden sword had come with him because of what Head said that day, but that wasn't it at all. The reason it had left with him was because he had something that drew its attention. Obviously, it was the primordial pagoda. It had come with him because of the primordial pagoda and not him. Yang Yi glanced at the wooden sword. He hadn't expected it to have actually been able to sense the primordial pagoda's presence. Where did this wooden sword come from? What rank of quality is it? It's definitely far above the zenith rank. Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. Thinking about all of that was pointless, and he didn't want to waste his time on the wooden sword. Even though his strength would rise tremendously if he could take control of the sword, the problem was that it would definitely not allow him to take control of it for now. He could use force on the demon beasts, but he didn't want to use force on the sword. Or it should be said that he wanted to use his own strength to subdue it, and not rely on the primordial pagoda to accomplish that. Swords weren't like demon beasts. A good sword would rather break than bend. Yang Yi played with Snowy for a while, and then he left and went to see Cheong-chi, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Kid, you've grown stronger again. These were the first words Cheong-chi said to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Cheong-chi. How much of your strength have you recovered? Cheong-chi replied, 90%. Yang Yi puckered his lips and said, Brother, don't blame me for being frank. You have recovered 90% of your strength, but as far as I'm concerned, your current strength is only equivalent to an ordinary Zenith Realm expert. So, even if you recover your full strength, you'll be equivalent to a Zenith Realm expert that has truly reached the Zenith in every aspect. It makes me wonder if the standard of experts in the large universe is low, or are you weak? Nonsense. Cheong-chi shouted angrily. What do you know? Do you know what recovering my full strength means? Yang Yi quickly asked. What does it mean? It means I can fucking utilize my divine ability. Cheong-chi spoke angrily. Every powerful demon beast has their own divine ability. Do you know what mine is? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. Tell me. Let's see if it's powerful. Beast form. Cheong-chi continued angrily. My divine ability is beast form. After I transform, my body will grow more than 10 times larger. Besides that, my defense and speed will rise tremendously. At that time, trash-like Zenith Realm experts wouldn't even be able to take a single slap of mine. Besides that, I have another divine ability. Yang Yi quickly asked, What is it? Cheong-chi grunted coldly. I'm not going to tell you. It's my trump card. I have to keep it a secret. If we become enemies, I wouldn't even have a trump card. I have to take some precautions against you. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, Cheong-chi, that hurts me quite a bit. Look, since the day we met, we can be considered to have gone through thick and thin together. So, just cut the crap. Xiongqi waved his claw. You're extremely shameless. You might betray me at any moment. So, I have to take some precautions. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiongqi continued, You didn't come here to talk. Tell me why you're here. Yang Yi nodded and said, I'm sure you're aware that the fight for succession is about to begin. So, I may need your help. Xiongqi fell silent for a moment and said, Kid, you have to be careful. Even though the experts here can't compare to the experts of the large universe, they aren't weak. Even during my prime, I didn't dare to underestimate some of the experts here. For example, that fellow, Wu Mu, from the Wu clan. Even if he came to the large universe, he would definitely be an extraordinary figure. Yang Yi nodded and said, I know. I'm still quite weak, and that aunt of mine and those people standing behind her have ill intent towards me. So, brother, I'm in quite a dangerous situation. Xiongqi glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. What does that have to do with me? Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Xiongqi added, Kid, you aren't really strong, but your ability to cause trouble is truly formidable. Let me warn you in advance. They'll run if the trouble you cause is too serious. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, brother. You're the only one I can rely on. They'll be killed if even you run away. Xiongqi spoke angrily. Don't act like you're so pitiable. You're extremely tenacious. You would still be alive even if I'm dead. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Xiongqi waved his claw. Every time I see you, I feel like I'm going to suffer from misfortune. Get away from me. Yang Yi's face was utterly dark, but when he thought about it, it did make sense. Xiongqi really had almost died on many occasions because of him. Yang Yi felt quite guilty when he thought about this, and then he said, Brother Xiongqi, I'm sorry. Staying with me really is... Xiongqi suddenly said, Don't try to play the emotion card on me. Fuck off or I'll attack. Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he vanished on the spot and arrived in the outside world. As soon as he arrived in the outside world, Yang Xian appeared before him. Yang Yi asked, What is it? Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. Yang Yin and the others are aware of your identity. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. How did they find out? Yang Xian shook her head. I don't know. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. If they know, then they know. Yang Xian hesitated for a moment and said, There's one more thing. Yang Yi asked, What? Yang Xian fell silent for a moment and said, You have to stay calm, all right? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a bad feeling arose in his heart. Meanwhile, Yang Xian said, Yang Yin has hung Little Sky's soul outside Fecta City. He said that he'll dismember her to death if you don't show yourself. Yang Yi looked Yang Xian in the eye for a long time, and then he turned around and left. Suddenly, Yang Xian obstructed Yang Yi's path. Don't be rash. They're drawing you out on purpose. Many experts are definitely lying in ambush outside the city. If you do, they'll definitely annihilate you. So, give priority to the overall situation. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and 5 Zenith Realm experts instantly appeared around Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to Yang Xian. Move aside. Yang Xian looked him in the eye. No. Chapter 1641. Are you filled with despair? Bang! A wave of powerful intent swept out from within Yang Yi, and it blasted Yang Xian backwards. However, Yang Xian immediately slammed her fist forward, and it dispersed Yang Yi's intent. Meanwhile, a ray of light arrived before Yang Xian. The Sword of Rebirth. Yang Xian's eyelids twitched. She didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. She immediately circulated her profound energy while pressing her palms together to form a strange seal, and then she pushed them forward. Bang! An invisible wave of energy rippled from the space in front of her, and it didn't take long for the 2 waves of powerful energy to slam against each other. Boom! An explosion resounded from Immortal Phoenix Pavilion, and it instantly collapsed the entire underground cultivation room. After that, the entire pavilion started to shake like there was an earthquake. OM! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the pavilion, and then a ray of light shot up into the air from beneath the ground. However, it only took an instant for a ray of red light to follow it and obstruct the first ray of light. The rays of light dispersed to reveal Yang Yi and Yang Xian's figures. Yang Xian gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Do you know how strong Yang Su is? His strength is even superior to Gu Xiu and Qian Hu. Besides that, he has over 20 Zenith Realm experts under his command. You'll only be giving your life away. Yang Yi closed his eyes. Yang Xian, I won't force you to help me. After all, you don't owe me anything. But if you try to stop me... He suddenly opened his eyes. Trust me, they'll take your head. Yang Xian gazed at him for a long time before she said, Imurani? Yang Yi replied with a question. Have you ever treated me as your nephew? Yang Xian was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'll say it one last time. Don't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Once Yang Yi left, Gu Xiu and Qian Hu appeared here. Qian Hu asked, Will things get out of hand? Gu Xiu replied, Isn't that perfect? Master wants things to get out of control. Master wants Yang Yi to cause trouble and the other young masters to die. If it wasn't for that, why would we have exposed his identity to Yang Yan's side? Qian Hu shook her head. That fellow isn't someone easy to deal with. I'm afraid that he'll spoil our plans. He doesn't have that ability. Gu Xiu said, Master's strength far surpasses his, and Master's natural talent far surpasses his too. No matter how monstrous he is, he can't compare to Master, right? Qian Hu nodded. It's a pity that Master is... She shook her head and didn't finish. Gu Xiu shook his head. Let's go watch. Let's see what his true combat strength is like. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off towards the distance. Meanwhile, Qian Hu suddenly gazed at Yang Xian, who had been silent until now. Phoenix Commander, I heard that you used to be very close to your brother. Yang Xian glanced at Qian Hu and spoke indifferently. If my nephew's natural talent and potential are superior to Master, then I would choose him, of course. Unfortunately, he isn't. In the Yang clan, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated, right? Qian Hu nodded. That's very reasonable. Her figure vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. Yang Xian remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then she vanished on the spot as well. Outside Fecta City, at the center of the city gates, a woman was hung there by a pitch-black rope. Her figure was ethereal, her eyes closed tightly, and her head drooping down. It seemed like she was in deep sleep. It was Little Sky. There was a man in an embroidered robe seated cross-legged before the entrance to the city, and he seemed to be just over 20 years of age. It was the Yang clan's second young master, Yang Yin. Perhaps they knew that someone big was about to happen. Numerous powerful auras were hidden all around Fecta City. Suddenly, Yang Yin opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. A ray of light flashed by and descended to the ground, and then Yang Yi's figure appeared there. As soon as Yang Yi arrived, Little Sky suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was looking at her too. A moment after their eyes met, Little Sky revealed a weak smile on her pale face. Leave right now, all right? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Do you know what's the most painful thing for a man? It's being helpless when his friends and women need him the most. Watching you being captured was the most painful moment for me. Little Sky shook her head. Fool, do you realize that they drew you out here on purpose? You'll die if you don't leave. Leave now, all right? Suddenly, a whip struck Little Sky. Hiss. Sparks flew from her body while an expression of extreme pain covered her face. A soul whip. Yang Yin stood up and cracked the whip in his hand. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, It's specially made for whipping souls. It causes real damage to the soul. Have you experienced pain that comes from the depths of your soul? If you haven't, they'll let you experience it later. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The sword of rebirth. A ray of light flashed forward. Bang! However, an explosion resounded, and the ray of light dispersed while Yang Yi's figure was blasted over 6 kilometers away. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared in front of Yang Yin. It was Yang Su. At the same time, 10 old men appeared behind Yang Su and Yang Yin. All of them were Zenith Realm experts. Yang Su glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Don't worry, I won't let you die that quickly. Because just your life isn't enough to pay for my granddaughter and son's life. I heard you have wives in a low-level world far away from here. Don't worry, I'll go there myself and capture them. After that, I'll make you watch as I torture them to death. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly pointed at Little Sky. I'll start with her. A cold smile curled up on Yang Yan's face when he heard Yang Su. After that, his whip shot towards Little Sky again. Hiss. Sparks flew from Little Sky's body again. Even though it was extremely painful, she didn't make a sound. A ferocious expression instantly covered Yang Ye's face. He didn't say anything or speak of any threats. Because it was pointless to do that right now. His figure immediately vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Su when he appeared once more. After that, he drew his sword and swung it. Heaven Rend. 12 overlapped Heaven Rends. The reason he could overlap 12 of them now was that Head activated the demon god's energy. Even though the effects of the demon god's energy had become much weaker after he attained the rebirth realm, it was still useful. A wisp of ridicule curled up on Yang Zu's mouth. He pressed his right middle and index fingers together before tapping them forward. Bang! An explosion resounded. At the same time, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from before Yang Su. Meanwhile, Yang Su suddenly flipped his palm and pressed it downwards, causing the wave of energy that was sweeping towards him to shoot towards Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He immediately sheathed his sword and drew it again. A sword howl resounded as a ray of sword energy slashed down at the wave of energy. Bang! The wave of energy was instantly minced into bits. However, Yang Yi was pushed almost 10 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In just less than 2 breaths of time, his chest was drenched red with blood. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Shui's mouth. You want to surmount your realm of cultivation to fight me? What a fool's dream. When I was at the rebirth realm, I could surmount my realm of cultivation to kill Zenith realm experts too. Now, I'm at the Zenith realm. Trying to kill me while you're at the rebirth realm? There are no more than 30 rebirth realm experts in the medium universe of Milky Way system that can do that. But you're absolutely not one of them. He took a step forward while he spoke, and then he tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction again. The space before him shook violently, and then a wave of powerful energy swept out from the space in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly while his profound energy surged madly. At the same time, Slaughter Sword intent surged out incessantly from him. A moment later, Yang Yi grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it forward. Bang! The energy before him exploded apart, and the aftershock blasted him backwards again. He was pushed around 10 kilometers back before he could finally stop himself. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Zu's mouth. Do you realize how weak you are now? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up towards the distance. Meanwhile, Yang Yin flicked his wrist again, and his whip descended upon Little Sky again. Hiss! Sprays sprayed from her again. However, Yang Yin didn't stop, and he started whipping even more swiftly. In an instant, his whip struck her numerous times. Yang Yin revealed a savage smile as he continued whipping. Are you filled with despair? Little Sky opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. Leave, all right? I don't want you to see me like this. Yang Yi gazed at her just like that, and then a stream of liquid gradually seeped out from his eyes. It was blood red. Chapter 1642. No. It's just the beginning. Yang Su laughed coldly while Yang Yin ceaselessly swung the whip. Little Sky's body was growing more and more ethereal as Yang Yan's whip descended incessantly upon her, and her aura was growing weaker as well. Do you feel despair? Yang Yin gazed at Yang Yi. Weren't you looking for me? Now that you've found me, you... His eyes suddenly narrowed when he spoke up to this point, while Yang Su frowned instead. Yang Yi's body suddenly started to gradually turn red. First, it was his eyes. His eyes became pearls of blood, and they seemed like they were filled with an ocean of blood. After that, His body started to turn blood red. In the end, when even his hair turned blood red, bang! A wave of intent surged out from within him. Slaughter sword intent. However, once it surged out from him, the sword intent within it was suddenly suppressed back into his body by his slaughter intent. Once his sword intent vanished completely, boom! A ray of blood-red light suddenly shot up into the sky. In just an instant, the sky above Fecta City had turned blood red, and it seemed like a blood-red veil had been placed over it. At the same time, Yang Ye's slaughter intent was growing stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment in time, boom! A wave of slaughter intent shot up into the sky, and it instantly enveloped the entire city. Moreover, it was still growing stronger and stronger. The slaughter intent gradually made the sky change from blood red to dark red. Bang! Another wave of terrifying slaughter intent surged out from within Yang Yi again. Once it appeared from him, the eyes of the Zenith Realm experts behind Yang Su actually started turning red. The Zenith rank. His slaughter intent had arrived at its limits. It was at the zenith. The entire Yang clan was shocked. In an instant, numerous auras rushed towards the area outside Fecta City. At the moment Gu Xiao and the others, who were watching from afar, saw Yang Ye's slaughter intent attain the Zenith realm, their faces became extremely solemn. Obviously, all three of them hadn't expected his slaughter intent to actually rise to the Zenith realm. Returnal rank intents weren't a huge threat to them, but Zenith rank intents were quite a huge threat to them, especially those intents that had been truly raised to the Zenith, and Yang Ye's slaughter intent was like that. Because he hadn't relied on external forces to forcefully advance to the Zenith rank, and had relied on his own desire to kill. Since his slaughter intent had arrived at the Zenith rank, it was obvious how strong his desire to kill was right now. Regardless of whether it was Yang Xin, Gu Xiao, or Qian Hu, they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. However, there was a slightly strange expression in Yang Xian's eyes. Meanwhile, at another corner, a gray-robed old man had a strange smile on the corners of his mouth. Zenith rank slaughter intent. This cousin brother of mine isn't ordinary. This is quite interesting. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man behind him said, "Eldest young master, what do you think about him?" The gray-robed man was the Yang clan's eldest young master, Yang Jin. Yang Jin glanced at Yang Yi and replied, "His strength isn't bad, but he's too impulsive." He paused for a moment and added, "However, perhaps he has some sort of trump card. Let's watch for now." The black-robed old man nodded, glanced at the surroundings and said, "The other young masters are here too." Yang Jin shot a glance towards the distance. Zenith rank slaughter intent. Haha, not to mention them. Even those stubborn old geezers from the Council of Elders have come. Meanwhile, at the moment Yang Ye's slaughter intent arrived at the Zenith rank, both Yang Yin and Yang Zu's faces fell. The Zenith rank. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to attain the Zenith rank in an intent, and it was even slaughter intent. It could be said that amongst all the various intents, slaughter intent was one of the few that were comparatively difficult to improve, because one had to kill a sufficient number of people. Besides that, one had to possess a sufficiently strong desire to kill. It had to be strong to the absolute limit. Killing wasn't terrifying, but the desire to kill was terrifying. Only one in a million could bring their desire to kill to its very limits. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Su laughed coldly. Zenith rank slaughter intent. It's quite surprising indeed. But so what? You're still an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly started walking slowly in his direction. Every step Yang Yi took left a blood-red footprint behind. It'll annihilate your entire line. Every single one of them. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Su just a moment later. After that, a blood-red beam of sword energy slammed down in Yang Zu's direction. Yang Zu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately raised his hand and slapped his palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a ray of blood-red light and a wave of energy swept out from between them. But this time, the blood-red light instantly swallowed the wave of energy, and it only took an instant for the blood-red light to slam against Yang Su. Bang! Yang Su was pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi didn't pursue Yang Su, and his sword just spun and transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards Yang Yin. Yang Yan's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. He immediately raised the whip in his grasp and swung it in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! The whip was instantly blasted apart, while Yang Yin himself was pushed around 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi didn't pursue Yang Yin. He stomped his right foot down and charged towards Little Sky instead. He intended to save her first. However, he hadn't even arrived before Little Sky when Yang Su suddenly appeared before him. After that, Yang Su clenched his right fist tightly and slammed it towards Yang Yi. The space in front of his fist instantly caved in before exploding apart. Boom! The powerful aftershock from the explosion of space instantly shattered the ray of blood-red light. But the powerful force contained within Yang Yi's sword energy still pushed Yang Su around 1 kilometer back. However, Yang Yi was similarly pushed around 1 kilometer back. Yang Zu's eyes narrowed slightly while icy coldness covered his face. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi's strength would actually become so formidable once his slaughter intent attained the zenith rank. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be able to fight him. Yang Yi's strength wasn't stronger than his, but Yang Yi could rely on his slaughter intent to fight against Yang Su. The slaughter intent belonged to Yang Yi, so it was a type of strength. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand. Actually, it should be called a blood sword, because his sword had been corroded by his slaughter intent and turned blood red. Moreover, a bloody glow and the aura of blood was being ceaselessly emanated from him. Yang Su gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he suddenly waved his right hand. Kill him! As soon as he gave the order, the other 10 Zenith Realm experts immediately charged towards Yang Yi, while Yang Su transformed into a string of afterimages as he shot towards Yang Yi. 11 Zenith Realm experts. Meanwhile, Yang Yin laughed ferociously. Yang Yi, watch. They'll kill this Lord of the Heaven Dao right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and charged towards Little Sky. A savage expression instantly covered Yang Yi's face. He was about to activate the laws of darkness. However, the terrifying auras of 11 Zenith Realm experts descended in layers and sealed off the space around him. The space around him was compressed like a biscuit beneath their auras. Meanwhile, Yang Yin had arrived before Little Sky, and he slapped his palm down in her direction. If Little Sky was struck by it, then she would definitely die. Yang Yi's eyes almost split apart from rage. Suddenly, a ray of energy from a saber appeared in front of Yang Yin. Bang! Yang Yin was caught off guard. The saber energy blasted him 300 m away. Meanwhile, a man with a saber in his hand appeared in front of Little Sky. Lu Ligay. It was Lu Ligay. Yang Yi visibly relaxed when he witnessed this, and then he waved his right hand. 2 blood puppets appeared in front of him. Bang! Bang! As soon as they appeared here, 2 extremely powerful auras and a wave of terrifying slaughter intent erupted. The impact from the auras of the 2 blood puppets and Yang Yi's slaughter intent instantly repulsed the auras of the Zenith Realm experts. At the same time, the space around Yang Yi cracked apart. Besides that, Yang Su and the others had been blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi didn't stay on the spot for another moment. His figure immediately charged towards Little Sky. However, Yang Su suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi and slapped his palm towards Yang Yi's back. Meanwhile, the blood puppets were being kept busy by the other 10 Zenith Realm experts. Lu Ligay hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and then he turned around and drew his sword. Bang! Yang Su was pushed around 300 m back while Yang Yi was similarly pushed 300 m back by the force in Yang Zu's palm. But it only took a moment for him to charge at Yang Yi again. At the same time, his voice resounded, "Attack! Kill that woman first." As soon as he gave the order, numerous auras suddenly charged out from within Fecta City, and their target was Little Sky. Suddenly, the profound energy within Yang Yi surged madly into the flash boots on his feet, and then he instantly vanished on the spot. Yang Zu's expression changed drastically at the instant that Yang Yi vanished. "Yenner, watch out!" Yang Yan's expression had changed drastically as well, but it was too late, because a sword had appeared from behind him and was placed across his throat before he could even react. Yang Su and the others immediately stopped on the spot when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yang Yi brought Yang Su over to Little Sky, and the blood puppets and Lu Ligay were by his side. Yang Su stared at Yang Yi. Let him go. It's time for this farce to end. Meanwhile, an old man in linen robes appeared here abruptly, and there was a small embroidered on his chest. He was an elder of the discipline hall. And Yang Yi laughed ferociously and said, "No, it's just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started to pull his sword back slowly. Hiss! His sword instantly cut into Yang Yan's throat, causing blood to spray. However, Yang Yi still continued cutting slowly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.